Hello, everybody. The lurker might have been me. Just saying, it's a possibility, but I have some really quick special hellos to give out. So, of course, I absolutely love my regular crew that is always here for me. You guys are seriously the best, most heartwarming people in the whole world. I'm so grateful to have your support. But I also want to take just a moment. I have some regulars that pop up in my replay crew. And hi, Shane. Good to see you, love. Happy to have you here. I'm also happy to have everybody who's not able to be here but still watches. So there's Becky D, and there is Chance. I think it's Chance Nasty Music. Pretty sure that was it. I so appreciate you. Let's see. Hold on. I took notes. I've got Earl down here with me, my grandkitty. He's here to say hello. So let's see, where did they all go? This is what I get for looking at stuff. Oh, Nicola Maxwell. She's always there for me. Always. Absolutely love her. Jason Elmier. Yes, I've been seeing your name quite a bit. I am so grateful to have you. Debbie Faison Cook, you're always. I have talked to you in the Law Talk with Mike chat forever. So it's so good to have you. And Rosie Bacon and Bitchin'. God love you. Chadaskadum, but you sometimes make it in here with us. Yeah, you guys are just amazing. Yep. Mary Brown. Creighton Rabs. So yeah, you guys, I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for being there for me. It means a lot. And there is my Brian Boggs. Good to see you. And Holly from Utah. Always a pleasure to have you, sweetie. Yes, you guys are so great. And CJ, come on. You know you wanna. I miss you. All right. So, is it really? Hi. Well, I called you out. Well, I'm so happy to have you here and there. Yes, you guys are so great. You make my night. Absolutely make my night. I don't know what I would do if I didn't have this chat, this community. You guys are so welcoming, so loving, and you put up with my lack of abilities, my learning curve, which hopefully after today has become infinitely easier. Oh, that's a word. Infinitely easier. Thanks to, again, Lone Wolf Usal, who spent quite a bit of time with me today fixing things because, you get something, you think you figured it out, and you didn't. Oh, konnichiwa. Now say much love. Say much love so I can say it, please. All right. So I got some good stuff. Not as much good stuff as I wanted because, like I said, today I spent most of the day fixing things, which cut down on my ability to edit which also cut down on my ability to download anything. So, but I do have a few things I was able to grab that I'm quite well chuffed with. We're going to start out with the thumbnail clip. Now, unfortunately, you only see the judge in this, but I'm sure you can imagine everything else just fine.
This first hit. Oh, you can have a seat. I do have
And
to
this
swear in, though,
is the
Mr.
sweetest
Scott. Could you raise your right
judge
hand for me?
ever.
Do you swear or affirm any testimony you'll give today will be the truth?
Yeah.
Thank you. This is State versus Lester Scott, clause number 20D012311F5286. Sir, what's your name?
Lester Scott.
What's your date of birth? What's a good mailing address for you, including city, state, and zip code?
I ain't got no mailing address.
And do you want us to just use the jail for now, or?
It don't matter to me.
Well, if you want to if we need to send you something in the mail, is there any address, or there's not?
I don't have nobody. I don't have nobody but Jesus Christ. That's all I have.
All right, then for now we'll just use the jail as your mailing address. You're here today for an initial hearing on some new criminal charges, and I need to tell you your legal rights, okay?
But
I know I did it. And now the chat's going to flood with the comments saying I did that. Yes. Yep. I did it. Sure did. No, what I was saying. Hi, Matt. Good to see you. This is the sweetest judge. And I do really feel bad for this guy. It sounds like he's in a place where he needs some help that he's definitely not getting. So I really do feel bad for him. But that doesn't give you a free pass for what's about to happen.
one thing I want to get before you even get to that part is how I end up with some charges that I didn't do.
Well, I'm going to enter a plea of not guilty for you. Nobody said that you did them. You're not convicted. This is just your initial hearing. Okay? Now, I got to inform you of your legal rights first, and then we'll talk about the
But they already made up a lie on me, though. Like, people lying on me, bro. Just because I love Jesus, people want to lie on me.
Well, I don't know that. Let me first tell you.
But that's the truth, though. I'm telling you the truth. Valerie Van Veek lied on me, bro.
I do know it's not just because you love Jesus. 100%. I love Jesus. And ain't nobody lying on me like you say they're lying on you.
She literally lied on me, Joe. I would literally watch security come in there and try to shoot me for no reason. They told me to bow down on my knee in the middle of the carriage house. He's finna shoot me. That's honestly the truth, Joe. The police finna shoot me. I had no weapon, no nothing, Joe.
Well, I haven't even read you anything yet, so let me get to this first. Let me get to this, and then we'll talk more, okay? I need to tell you your legal rights.
I know my rights already, though.
Well,
I've been to school already. I know my rights. I've been to court so many times, Joe. I know this shit already, Joe. Like,
let's not cuss, Mr. Scott.
I don't even want to go to court no more, Joe. I want to stay in jail. Throw me away. Throw me away, Joe. Just throw me away, because I know people lying on me. I don't want to go to court no more. Just throw me away. Give me life. Give me life in prison for Jesus. Give me life in prison for Jesus Christ. Because I know the truth about the sun. I know the truth about the water. I know the truth about the food we eat. I know the truth about child, the pale skin. I know the truth about Revelation. I know the truth about everything. So y'all can keep lying on me. It's like he putting on them gloves right now. Like he's finna beat me up.
He's not
for no reason, because I'm telling the truth.
If you would just
You can't get mad at me because I don't want to go to court.
Mr. Scott.
I can refuse not to go to court. When I could not refuse to go to court?
You won't even let me talk to try to respond to you.
Because I'm telling you the truth, that's why.
Mr. Scott, I just need you to listen.
People hate the truth, but they want the truth.
Turning this into something it doesn't need to be.
But they lying on me, though.
I have, Mr. Scott.
How you gonna tell me to kind of don't be on good behavior for 1 year, then y'all lock me up? How?
Why would I even?
For no reason. I'm supposed to be in that Oakland.
Why are you asking me questions and then not letting me answer you? You're talking nonstop and not
I'm not a
allowing
dummy,
me to
bro.
do
I'm not
the
a dummy,
hearing.
bro. I'm not a dummy.
Not just nonstop, but a mile a minute nonstop. Like, that's what I mean. He needs some help that he's not getting access to. And I want to know these truths that he knows. Somebody's got to tell me about the food we eat, about the water, about the children with pale skin. Come on. I got to know these truths and revelations.
You want to act like this?
I know
I'll bring
who
you back
Seering
another
is,
day.
just like that. I know who everybody is, bro.
Okay, I'm going to reset you a week to November 20th.
I don't care what you do.
Maybe you'll be
Hey,
better.
it don't matter. I know where to fight at. I want to sit here,
Mr.
bro.
Scott. Let's reset him to November 20th.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Let's
And
go
I'm going to try to get it.
Let's ride, Joe. I know how this shit gonna go, bro.
Okay, put in the entry that the defendant was combative, argumentative, disrespectful, and vulgar. And that the initial hearing is reset to Monday, November 20th, 2023 at 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
He keeps it up. He ain't going to get to leave that courthouse.
And put in the entry, it appears that the defendant may have mental health issues that could be addressed between now and then, which is why I'm setting it over 1 week.
Is that an entry that I can make? I don't have to send that to Soup One.
I have no idea. Just whatever the normal. I don't know.
I think I'll be able to enter that one.
And I do want to know, while we're still on the record, that I'm familiar with Mr. Scott in that I have had mental health hearings with him. I'm just noting this for the record for today. You don't have to put this in the entry, but I have granted at least one prior court-ordered mental health commitment. So I have my own independent belief that he's continuing to suffer from mental health issues. And by the way, the last time I did a mental health commitment was here in the jail. So they're aware of him, and perhaps between now and next Monday, they can continue to work with him so he can get some treatment and be better able to appear on Monday next week. And in that,
I
now that
really
I say
hope
that,
that's true.
I'll leave it up to you whether you do the entry or not, but I'm not going to fill out the order because it's just a reset. So that means we're actually done. And then there are all of the orders for today.
And I have more of that judge. The difficulty is he has the loudest keyboard I have ever heard. It's either him or his court reporter, one of the two. That keyboard is constant clankety clack, 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 clack. And I'm like, that's going to drive my chat nuts. I can't do this to them. But I had to share that one at least. I will go back through and try to get just the best of the best. Now that I can have a dedicated download computer and a dedicated editing computer, now I will be able to get more done efficiently and be able to actually pick out some of the decent clips versus, some of just sitting out the whole docket, which I still plan to do, by the way, because that's kind of one of my favorite things is sitting out the docket with you guys. And every time I say that, I get that song sitting on the dock of the bay stuck in my head. And I really want to make a sitting on the docket version. I'm not clever enough yet to put it together. But I really want to put that together because I would love that. Yeah, I don't mind them either. But the ones who do mind the loud keyboards are louder than the keyboards. So I just try, to keep everybody happy, and nobody's going to complain if there's, less keyboard sound. Oh, Brian. I had that too. I really did. I used to do my school reports on typewriters. There was when everybody else in the world had computers, there was can't remember what it was called, but it was one of the first. It was like a computer, but all it was a typewriter with a little monitor, and I mean little, and it was orange and black, orange screen and black background, or orange lettering, I should say, and black background, or vice versa. It was either way. I can't remember what it was called though. But the only thing it did was I could type my reports on it and then print them out. And I thought that was the coolest shit in the world because we didn't have, like I said, the whole world had internet and computers except for my house. Grew up real poor. What can I say? So it was a word processor, but it had, yes, it was a word processor, but it had a very specific name, and I can't remember the very specific name of it. You guys are funny. Brian said, I grew up on typewriters, and of course, Philip Heal's response, didn't you have a bed? You guys are just hilarious. I had a Commodore 6. Well, my brother had a Commodore 64, and I talked about that the other, a week ago. I did talk about the Commodore 64 because we had the game Zork, or Zork 2, I guess. And I was talking about that in chat. Oh, golly. I streamed so much that I don't even remember, time frames of when I said what. It just all blends together. Yeah, I really did like the Commodore 64, but nowadays you mention it and very few people have any idea what you're talking about. Just like you can say Atari, but God forbid you mention Coleco and they all think you're crazy. Like it didn't exist. It existed. And so did the Jaguar. The Jaguar was a gaming system. It existed. We had it because it was cheaper than the PlayStation. Oh, is that ever cool? I've heard of people taking old Apple computers and old Commodore 64 style computers and stuff like that, and they gut them out basically and turn them into fish tanks. And it's like, that's not what it's for. Yeah, I love the memories. I love the memories of the old games. And I asked for, 2-3 years ago, back in 2020 for Christmas, I wanted more than anything this little Nintendo replica that it just has the aux cables that you plug into the TV. And then it's got 500 games on it. I wanted that so bad. And my best friend at the time bought it for me. And it was so neat going back and playing some of the old Nintendo games, but nobody ever wants to play with me. And then the other thing with it, like it's really like a very simplistic machine, even though it has so many games on it. So like it overheats and then shuts down, and so I can only play for short term. And getting to the games in the like 400 range would take you hours of scrolling. Contra was one of my favorite games. Contra 2, I think it was. Yeah, when you drop in, the little men drop in onto the stone and you immediately crouch down and yeah. Yeah, that I loved that. Oh, yeah. It's amazing, like, to think that that's what they started out with. The non-electric typewriters that were so hard to push. Mostly women in, when they had the office positions were using those, and they had nails that they were always filing, that, like, to think how they did that without breaking their nails. Like, I don't have very good nails. Mine are real thin and brittle and break and stuff. And like, I can't even let them grow out and still functionally use the computer. I don't know how they did it back in the 50s, 60s with the typewriters like that. I might be off on the years, forgive me. I don't remember that. I remember Paperboy. I loved Paperboy. Oh, Frogger's just hands down. That's a classic, iconic. That goes in the books. Everybody loves it. You show me a person who doesn't like Frogger, and I'm gonna punch him in the face. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why it is. I've mentioned it before, but my analytics, when YouTube sends me my analytics, the majority of my crowd is in, your age range, which is fine. I love you guys. I don't know why y'all come to me, but I love having you. I love spending time with you. You're my people. I'll admit I do not know what Micro Machines is. That Earl. Golly. See, I'm off on it. I can be wrong. It happens. My this lady that I used to live with, from the time I was 11 till I was 15, I did voluntary live in elderly care. And one of the ladies that I lived with, she was so awesome. She used to tell me about when she worked at Kmart for 11.5 cents an hour. Yeah. I grew up hearing those stories. She was amazing. It's my archangel. Hi, honey. So good to see you. Oh, is that cool? Nah. Well, yes, I did watch Home Alone like a long time ago, and I don't remember things. Not like that. Like, when I was talking to Lone Wolf Soul earlier, he mentioned an actor, and I'm like, I don't know who that is. And it was a very famous actor, and now I can't even remember the name again. And I remember it had a D in it for the last name, but I looked him up because while we were talking, I quick Googled him to find out who it was, because he kept naming movies, and I'm like, I've never seen it. I'm not a movie person. And all of a sudden I saw, like, I could recognize the face. I'm like, oh yeah, I've seen him in some stuff. And then it showed an image of him from an old series I used to watch called Medium. And I'm like, I remember him from that. I was like late teens, but I remember him from that. He don't look like that anymore. Yes, I Matchbox cars, right? I mean, what is it oh, Micro Machines. Oh, I just assumed they were Matchbox. Learn something new every day. Okay, Moses. Oh my goodness. See, you guys are so much fun. Yeah. And I'm not really into sports. My backpack that just moved out was a huge basketball nut. So they were always going to watch basketball, but I've never been big in sports. I'm into music a lot. I write country songs. Can't sing them very well, but I know what I want them to sound like. Like, I can sing my songs and the melody to them, but I didn't say I could sing them well. So I would love to be a songwriter. Oh, hello, Remorg, my love. Good to see you. So happy. Oh, hi, you. Good to see you. And Ava, if you can't hear, hello. She's getting jealous that she's not getting the love she's wanting. Oh, I adore you. All right. Are you good now? Are you good? You want to go lay down? Go lay down, please. Oh, I was going out it's so cold tonight outside. I was going out like every 20 minutes because my cat Billy, he runs out. Like the second the door opens, boom, he's gone. So you always got to watch for him. And it's so cold out. I'm just so used to him being outside. So I was like, okay, I got to go call for him. And usually, like, I'll go outside and call for him, and he'll come, running right back up within just a minute. Or sometimes he's already there waiting under the deck, waiting for the door to open so he can dart back in just as fast as he ran out. So every 20 minutes, I'm running outside and hollering for him. And I'm getting scared because he's not coming back. And I mean, it's Lawyer Kitty. You guys would be devastated if he was gone too. And so the last time I went out to holler for him, 9:58, because God forbid if I holler after 10, I'm going to upset a neighbor that, I'm yelling after hours. So 9:58, I'm out there calling for him again. And I'm just like, golly, I'm going to have to just wait to stream and just go find him. And I turn around and I come inside and he's laying right there on the kitchen floor, like looking at me like, I was comfy the whole time. I don't know what you're so scared for. Little jerk face. Oh my goodness. Tammy, where are you? You're another one that's across the pond somewhere. It is now 11:39. I came on at 11:10. I'm in Toma, Wisconsin. Patrick B, good to see you, honey. I'm so happy you made it. Oh my. See, I love when y'all share where you're from and what time it is. And no, you got their names right. You just forgot Earl. It's okay. My grandbaby boy, the little panda that's always up there. He's not up there right now. I think he's behind the thin blue line, thin red line flag. But yeah, he's somewhere. Yes. But yeah, you got them. I love you, Reb Morg. Yeah, Tammy, where are you from, honey? Oh no, Archangel. We had fuel oil when I was a kid. I remember that. Yes, we had to take those big yellow jugs down to the gas station, and then it never failed for it to happen that if we ran out of fuel oil, the line would be clogged the next time we, filled or half filled the tank and it ran freely. It would be within a few days of putting the diesel in after it had run empty, and it turns out it was years and years of sludge buildup on the bottom of the tank that caused that. But yeah, it always went out, and we ended up having to have someone come in and like professionally clean the tank out because it was $150 every time the tank ran completely dry, and we had to put in the diesel. Within a week, it clogged up, and it was $150 to fix that clog. So, and then we had to pay like $750 to get the diesel. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that was horrible. Fuel oil was awful. Oh my goodness, and so I went so far back in the comments. So if I miss anything, I'm so sorry, but I did see you, honey. Hi, good to have you. And yes, we have a Discord, and our Discord has a Law Nerds love line kind of place, a little sub chat for those looking for love. It's not allowed. Wow. Is natural gas allowed? Man. Yeah, in the summertime, the grids get overloaded around, not here specifically, but a town 20 minutes from me. Like the grid goes down in the trailer park over there that all the air conditioners running. All of a sudden it just power goes out in a section of the town. It happens every summer. That's kind of nifty. That is neat. Well, and Alaska, that's part of the U.S. because of the Catherine the Great time era. Am I wrong? Like, I know that's because that's why it's, in a different spot on the map from, than connected. Why, Philip? What would the New Zealanders say? Wow. Did I miss it, Tammy? Where is here? Now I'm going to have to go back and look. Okay. Sorry if I'm going to be boring a couple people while I try to figure this out. The other side of the world is here. That's what she says. Okay. Well, it's all right. You don't have to tell if you don't wanna. We don't mind. But I was curious. Oh, Belgium. So cool, honey. That's amazing. Thank you so much for coming and being a part of this. Thank you. I couldn't find it in the comments, but there's lots of comments. No, that's not the case. Well, that's why I love doing these late night streams. You know, all of the other court streamers are daytime streamers. And you know, I get kind of the best from all over the world. You know, my chat is the greatest. It really is. I love you guys. I love spending time with you guys. So I'll stay up. I'll be the night shift. Somebody's got to do it. You guys need a YouTuber that does the court stuff in the night so you can laugh with, you know, laugh along and not have to do replay crew all the time. Sorry. Earl and Ava just shut the door of my heater. It's kind of got a magnetic, you know, finish to it, to the end of the door. And they did the cutest jump scare that I think I've ever seen out of them. Oh, you giving Earl kisses, make him feel better for that? Didn't want him being scared. Aw, such a sweet helicopter butt. Oh, Earl, your audience awaits you. Come here, you moo cow. Oh, Redmore, thank you. I love that. I love that so much. Come on over. What do you want, honey? Oh my gosh. The doggo wants your love. She will not leave me alone for the moment. I'm thinking she might have to go POTTY. Come on. Oof, 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 oof. Oh, right in the face. Right in the face. Okay, let me fix this because I didn't think you were gonna jump all the you. Oh, Patrick, my favorite court stream is in Clallam County. I don't know the judge's name. I have it somewhere. I forgot. But he is my absolute favorite judge. And I almost missed his court stream today because I was trying to figure out a new program that would allow me to get more clips more efficiently. And yeah, he was, of course, the first one that I put in. And then that program failed. He's also a stream that when he shuts it down, it's gone forever. Like, you're not getting it. So I was so sad. But then Lone Wolf, thankfully, he got it on his, which we knew worked until we could get mine working. So, but he's my favorite. Owie! Owie, you big knucklehead. Oh, there's nothing in there but rocks, I swear. I know, Tammy. He went all in person only. So he's not streaming. I am going to try to find him another way, but I don't know if he's even doing the alternate way. So I don't make promises on that. I still have not figured out how to get you to Utah, and I'm still trying to get Utah. I can't say that. Sorry, my allergies have been horrible, and yeah, I need to take my allergy meds. I think when I take someone POTTY, I'm gonna grab my allergy meds quick while I'm up there. Okay, Archangel, you come right back. You BRB. I did see Judge Washington today, though. I thought I saw her streaming, and my understanding was that all of Michigan was coming down, but it's not. And I have to be very, very careful when I edit one of them. I was getting one, and it got gotten by the prawn monster. I looked for them. They do, but not in any fashion that's obtainable. But they have virtual court available for their citizens, but not anything open to the public. Oh, that's the sweetest and saddest thing. Oh, you. I know you don't like being held. I know. Show the world your cat butt then. Hey, Earl, you want to turn around, please? Or, yeah, okay, that works. He was on my back. I had to lean over for him. No, you cannot climb up on my back, Ava. Yeah, Earl is my daughter's cat, but he hates being held. I you know, I get away with it. I'll do what I can, but I make no promises. Billy O.T. is my boss ass cat. He is. And he's a beefy boy. Like, there is a difference between a fat cat and a beefy cat. And Billy O.T. is a beefy boy. But he's the bestest. He's the bestest. I'm sorry. I don't get a say in the matter. He did that another couple of times too. Like, I can't tell you how many times my poor chat has been subjected to Earl's starfish. Oh, I will have to check it out. YouTube doesn't. Well, I guess I don't really understand exactly the question. YouTube and Cash App don't have anything to do with each other. Like, you can pay for subscriptions of YouTube with Cash App, if that's the question. As far as supporting the channel, though, information is in the description. YouTube will not allow me to monetize till January. Maybe, if they feel like it. But the Cash App, my Cash App is in the description. So if you want to send something to support the channel, it's greatly appreciated. Not expected. If you can, I'd love it. If you can't, I still want you here. They really make it. They really make the life. Hi, Becky D. Good to see you. Oh, I will keep that in mind. Yeah, he's an aquatic cat. The nautical sort. All right, let me see what I have. Because I do have to take doggy potty, and I'm not going to make you stare at a wall. I got to entertain you somehow. Hold on, let me see. Oh, that one's only 5 minutes. I don't want to start a 5-minute clip and take the dog potty because I won't have enough time. And this one is, come on. Okay. Okay, this one's 16 minutes. I've got 16 minutes. I'll be back before then.
CR 83 caption the people in the state of
Much
Colorado
love.
versus Sierra
Yeah.
Lantis. Ms. Lantis appears from the Crowers County Jail. Ms.
Come on, you
Lantis,
guys
are
have
you
a
able to
potty?
hear me? Thank you. The court notes the presence of Mr. Bart on behalf of the people. Ms. Lantis, you likely heard at the beginning of the docket, the public defender has a conflict. They are representing one of the 3 co-defendants. I believe it's Mr. Fernandez. I can't remember which co-defendant, but one of the co-defendants is being represented by the public defender's office. And because of that, the public defender is not able to also represent you. However, the court is working to find court-appointed counsel to represent you as alternative defense counsel. That is a private attorney who is appointed by the court to represent you. Do you understand?
Yes.
Court is going to take the matter of advisement up at this time concerning you. The court notes that you are charged with 3 offenses. The first of which is unlawful possession of a controlled substance, Schedule 1 or 2, with intent to distribute in excess of 14 grams or more. That is a drug felony 2. Drug felony 2 is punishable by anywhere from 4 years to 8 years within the presumptive range in the Department of Corrections. And if aggravating circumstances apply, anywhere from 8 years to 16 years in the Department of Corrections. If you are sentenced to the Department of Corrections, a mandatory period of parole of 2 years applies. The court also notes that the court could sentence you to a fine of anywhere from $3,000 to $750,000. And the court notes that the drug felony 2 carries with it a drug surcharge of $3,000. You're also charged with first-degree motor vehicle theft in violation of Colorado Revised Statute 184409, a Class 4 felony, which carries with it the following potential penalties: anywhere from 2 years to 6 years in the Department of Corrections, and if aggravating or mitigating circumstances apply to you, anywhere from 1 year to 16 years in the Department of Corrections. If you are sentenced to the Department of Corrections on a Class 4 felony, you must serve a mandatory period of parole of 3 years. Court may also impose a fine of anywhere from $2,000 to $500,000 or a combination of fine and fine in the Department of Corrections. Those are the felony offenses for which you are charged. You're also charged with possessing a defaced firearm in violation of Colorado Revised Statute 1812-108. That is a That should be 103. I believe, Mr. Barta.
Yes, Judge.
And that is punishable. That is a class 1 misdemeanor, and it carries with it the potential penalties of up to 364 days in the county jail and a fine of up to $1,000, or a combination of both. Ms. Lantis, those are the potential penalties for which you are charged. Do you understand?
Yes.
You have a number of rights associated with your case, including and beginning with that you not only have the right to be presumed innocent, but you are presumed innocent unless and until the district attorney proves each and every element beyond a reasonable doubt. You have the right to be represented by an attorney at all stages of the proceedings, and if you cannot afford an attorney, one may be appointed to represent you at no cost to yourself. I'd remind you, Ms. Lantis, we're working to find a court-appointed counsel to represent you at this time. Court also notes that you have the right to confront any and all evidence presented against you and to cross-examine any witnesses who may be called to testify against you. The court further would advise you that you have the right to present evidence on your own in your own defense and to call witnesses to testify on your behalf. If the witnesses you desire to have testify on your behalf will not come to court willingly or voluntarily, the court may issue subpoenas, that is, an order of the court requiring them to attend court. You have the right to enter a plea of not guilty and to have a public and speedy trial within 6 months of entering a plea of not guilty before this court or to a jury of your peers. If you're presented with a plea agreement and you wish to enter into it, the court may allow you to enter into a plea agreement so long as your decision to do so is made freely, knowingly, and voluntarily, meaning it's not the result of any undue influence or coercion. What I mean by that, Ms. Lantis, is that you may enter into a plea agreement upon the court's approval so long as no one is forcing you to enter into that, and so long as you are doing so of your own free will. You may take the advice from family members or your attorney, but the decision ultimately rests with you. It must be one that you desire to enter into. Do you understand?
Yes.
You have the right to have a record of the proceedings made, and we're doing that by recording everything that's being said in court today. You have the right to remain silent and to not say anything during these proceedings. That right is absolute, meaning nobody can hold your silence against you. You have the right to appeal any judgment and conviction of this court to a higher court. You also have the right to be informed of the amount of bond set and to have bond set in your case. And we're going to take that up in just a moment. Any further advisement as requested by the people?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lance, has any questions about the rights I've advised you of at this time?
No.
Ms. Lance, I'm going to take the issue of the bond hearing up at this time. I want to tell you a few things. First, I'm going to hear from Mr. Barta and hear anything he has to say concerning what he believes bond should be. When he's done speaking, I'm going to give you an opportunity to speak and tell me anything you want me to know concerning what you believe bond should be set at. You don't have to say anything at that time because you have the right to remain silent. But if you wish to speak at that time, I will certainly hear from you. Do you understand?
Yes.
Mr. Barta, anything concerning bond?
Yes, Your Honor. I would request a cash surety or property bond in the amount of $20,000. I would note that I show Ms. Lantis as 5 failures to appear out of a case in Prowers County, 21T873. 3 of those have occurred in the last 12 months. So the most recent came in July, on July 19th, 2023, with another coming on July 10th, 2023, and then one in February 2023. In addition, she does have an open case out of Prowers County, which I believe there's a warrant in that case, 23M188. Further, I guess what concerns me most here is the lengths that Miss Lantis is alleged to have gone to have evaded arrest. Um, this begins with a high speed chase at allegedly speeds of around 100 miles an hour, which I think that right there presents a danger to the wider public, and so that's very concerning to the people. But then leaving that car allegedly and spending a number of days in out in field, apparently in all weather conditions. Um, Further, I would note the allegations. Sorry, Your Honor, I lost my train of thought there. So I guess I would note that from my reading of the affidavit, I think that there's a possibility here that a drug felony 1 could be charged, and that may be charged by our district court prosecutor in Bent County. So I would point to the presence of a large number and variety of narcotics that were in the vehicle, along with the presence of a firearm. Um, so I think that just underlines the seriousness of the charges here. And I would note that Ms. Lantis does have a prior felony conviction, an F6 contraband conviction in 16 CR 79 out of Prowers County. So that would be the basis of my bond request, Judge. Thank you.
Ms. Lantis, do you have anything you'd like to tell the court concerning what the amount of bond should be?
I'd ask for a personal recognizance bond. My mother does, I reside in Manzanola, and she is willing to sign on behalf, stating that she will make sure I get to court or make it to whatever proceedings I need to, or if there's any type of probation that goes along or whatever, I'm willing to do whatever, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Ms. Lantis?
No.
The court here has reviewed the affidavit, has heard argument from counsel. The court notes that this is perhaps one of the more aggressive eluding and evading in efforts to not be caught while possessing not just large quantities of controlled substances, but varying types of controlled substances.
So this girl went on a high-speed meth run. Yeah, that was crazy. It's not over yet. The judge is going to outline everything, but I just got back from taking Ava out, so I wanted to throw my 2 cents in on it. That not just meth, lots of drugs. So, yeah. Let's give her a PR bond. Just one more. Number 6, FTA.
And it was not just dangerous in the driving that was alleged in a vehicle that's allegedly stolen, but to be possessing, I think it's around allegedly 53 grams of methamphetamine, 15 grams of cocaine. I thought it was 15 grams allegedly of fentanyl, but I may have misread that. Yeah, 15 grams of fentanyl. And then to have a 9mm handgun, a ghost gun, in a duffel bag in such close proximity to the controlled substances allegedly. Then the degree to which the defendants, all 4 of them, went to evade capture, especially Ms. Lantis, in a spot that she was willing to put her own self in peril.
I think that makes her nickname Rex, like RX.
To avoid being detected, that concerns the court. When someone is willing to put their own life in danger to avoid capture, that is certainly a risk of failure to appear. And even if the court were to look beyond that, the conduct of the possession and the variety of controlled substances, the quantity of controlled substances, and the effort to evade law enforcement at such high rates of speed on public highways is a danger to the community in its totality. 15 grams of fentanyl would concern me about the danger this defendant and the co-defendants pose to the community on its own, cites the court's concern. For those reasons, the court will set bond in the amount of $15,000 cash or surety. That's consistent with what I said, Mr. Fernandez's bond that I believe. The court will tell you, Ms. Lantis, I'm going to reserve to you the right to argue bond when you have court-appointed counsel, okay? Everybody else today has had an attorney representing them, and you deserve to have a bond hearing when you have an attorney representing you, in my opinion. So I'm going to set this back on the 20th of November, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. before Judge McDonald in the Big County Courthouse and District Court in Division A. And that will be for appearance on bond and hearing on bond. Bond is set in the amount of $15,000, cash surety property. That will be conditioned on the defendant signing a waiver of extradition prior to bonding out. It will be conditioned on the defendant not harassing, molesting, intimidating, retaliating against, or tampering with any victim to or witness of the alleged offenses. You shall not possess or consume controlled substances or alcohol. You shall have no contact directly or indirectly with your co-defendants, and those individuals are the individuals in cases, I don't have it in front of me, Mr. Barta, do you?
I'm sorry, Judge, what was that?
The names of the co-defendants. Shall have no contact directly or indirectly with Jesus Fernandez.
Eduardo Chacon Matute.
Huntsman spiders, toilet bowls. That's my fear.
2002.
Okay, Eduardo Chacon Matute out of case 23 CR 80 out of Bent County, and no contact with the other alleged co-defendant, Sol
Thankfully, X.
Gabrielle Andino Mejia out of case 23 CR 79, and Mr. Fernandez's case number out of Bent County is 23 CR 81. Those are the conditions of the court's mandatory protection order. If you violate the mandatory protection order, you may be charged with a Class 1 misdemeanor violation of the protection order, punishable by up to 364 days in the county jail and a fine of up to $1,000, or a combination of both. I've also made the protection order a condition of your bond. So if you violate those conditions, it may affect your ability to remain out on the $15,000 cash surety property bond I've set. Do you understand?
Yes.
Any questions for me, Ms. Lantis?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Barta, anything else?
No, Judge, thank you.
Ms. Lantis, you'll have an attorney at your next hearing, and you'll likely have contact with them prior to that hearing. Good luck to you. Court will close the record.
Yeah, good luck.
Judge,
Yes.
will you have Mr. or the DA's office up there prepare a writ, because she's got local charges on misdemeanors here, and I'm not sure if she'll get out or not, but if you can have her prepare a writ so they can pick her up for court.
It's my shocked face.
Yes, I set that for the 20th of November. Is that going to be enough time for you, Sergeant Hernandez?
Well, it's up to Bent County to pick her up because it's their warrant, so.
Okay.
I doubt it.
I'll ask the
15K
people to
bond
prepare a writ
plus
for the
charges
20th
in
of
that county.
November, Mr.
I
Barta,
doubt it.
and just be in touch with the Benton County Sheriff's Office to effectuate that.
Yes, Judge.
Wow. Oh yeah. Don't let her out. Don't let her out. I don't think she's getting out because, like I said, she's got a $15,000 bond plus she's got all those other charges. She's on hold for another county. So yeah, that county's got to come get her. Depending on what those charges are, and I think I have a clue what they're going to entail. Pretty sure she's not going anywhere unless it's in the back of a cruiser. So, yeah. But best of luck to her. Hopefully the time that she spends in jail will give her enough time to sober up a bit. Speaking of sobering up a bit.
Sir, would you please state your name for the record? Hola, señor, yo soy el intérprete. ¿Puede decir su nombre para la grabación, por favor?
Mauro Escamilla Ramírez.
Tell me he's sober.
And Ms. Strasser, you want to state your understanding on the record?
Yes, it's my understanding he will be pleading guilty as charged to operating while intoxicated first offense.
I understand it's not his first
This is
time.
the interpreter. I'm not able to hear any of them.
All right, she's made a statement that he is going to be making a plea to operating while intoxicated first offense.
Muy bien, el señor va a hacer una declaración de operar bajo la intoxicación, que sería la primera ofensa.
Mr. Ramirez, is that your understanding?
Yes,
Señor Ramírez, ¿ese es tu entendimiento?
yes,
Sir, you understand you have a right to a trial. If you did proceed to trial, the prosecution would be obligated to prove you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that?
Señor, usted entiende que tiene derecho a juicio y si se va a juicio, la fiscalía tendrá que probar su culpabilidad sobre duda razonable. ¿Usted entiende eso?
sí, yes,
Holly, you lying, beautiful dolphin, you.
You understand that if you make this plea, there will be no trial. You're going to tell us you are in fact guilty. Is that your intention?
Usted entiende que si hace esta declaración no habría juicio y usted se estaría declarando culpable. ¿Esa es su intención?
yes,
Has anyone tried to frighten you or force you into doing this?
¿Alguien lo ha atemorizado o forzado a hacer esto?
no,
Has anyone made any promises to you that I'm not aware of?
¿Alguien le ha hecho alguna promesa de la que yo no esté consciente?
no,
You're also not out committing crimes that I know of.
Are you a citizen of the United States?
¿Es usted ciudadano de los Estados Unidos?
no,
I don't have
Do
the
you
money to
understand
crime.
the conviction might, I'm not saying it will, but it has a possibility of having an impact on your status?
Usted entiende que su condena puede, no estoy diciendo que lo va a tener, pero puede tener un impacto en su estatus.
yes,
Are you currently on probation or currently on parole for any other criminal convictions?
¿Se encuentra actualmente en probación o en libertad condicional por alguna otra condena?
no,
Sir, the allegation is that this incident occurred on September 15, 2023. Is that true?
Muy bien,
Yes.
señora Carrera. Ustedes dicen que este incidente ocurrió el 15 de septiembre del 2023. ¿Es eso verdad?
I love when they answer the question before the interpreter even gets a chance to interpret. I see it over and over and over again. And yes, I understand they may not understand all of it, but it never ceases to make me giggle every time, every single time. And yes, I love that bow tie. I love this judge. He is another one though. Stream when he's done, it's gone. You either got to get it when he's on or you don't get it.
yes,
The allegation is that you are operating a vehicle on Marshall Street in the city of Allegan, state of Michigan. Is that true?
Las alegaciones dicen que usted estaba operando este vehículo en Marshall Street, en el condado de Allegan. ¿Es correcto?
yes,
The allegation is at that time you were intoxicated. Is that correct?
Y las alegaciones dicen que en ese momento usted estaba intoxicado, ¿correcto?
yes,
What was your blood alcohol, sir?
¿Cuál era la cantidad de alcohol en su sangre?
me dijeron que el 10%,
This is the interpreter. I think he said 10%, but I'm not able to hear him very
Ms.
well.
Strasser, do you know a blood alcohol content?
Yes, it was 0.206.
Are you satisfied with the plea?
Yes, I am.
¿Está usted satisfecho con la declaración?
For all of my friends overseas, the legal limit in the United States is 0.08. So he's 2.5 times the legal limit drunk operating a motor vehicle. People run people over at 0.08, or I've even seen it at less. It just depends on the person and their tolerance. At a 0.206, you have no business driving a vehicle. You have no business operating anything at that level.
Have you provided the defendant with the number for probation department?
If we could give it to him again to make sure he has it.
Ya le dio la acusada el representante probado.
Sir, I want you to, you provided me with a basis to accept the plea, and I want you to contact our probation department so we can do something that we refer to as a substance screen. That is, the number I want you to call is.
Yes.
All right, you're all set, sir. You can leave the court. Thank you for your services, Mr. Interpreter.
Muy bien, ya quedó todo listo, ya puede dejar la corte. This is the interpreter. Thank you for choosing the service. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
Catch that little head nod there at the end? Yes, absolutely. Some people have higher tolerances. I was watching, I believe it was Code Blue Cam, or it was something along those lines, the body cam videos that I love watching body cam videos. And there was a woman, she was sleeping in her vehicle in front of like a restaurant. And of course, the cops go to check her out. She didn't have a license, but they recognized her. They asked her to step out and perform the field sobriety tests. This woman, she had the sobriety tests memorized. The walk and turn, which is one that is quite difficult for a lot of intoxicated people. Even, I don't understand. The cop demonstrates every single step, and you watch the body cam videos, and the people mess it up on pretty much the same points every single time. Like, they don't get, the cop says to walk 9 steps. People will walk 14, 24. They'll just keep walking. They don't stop. And then they've got to pivot, turn around, and then walk back. But you'll see them, if they do end at some specific number, they'll stop, and then they'll walk heel to toe backwards, sort of. It's hilarious. Anyways, this woman, she was 4 times the legal limit. Like, she was to the point where she should have been hospitalized. But she was such an alcoholic that she did that walk and turn test flawlessly. When she got to the point of having to turn around, she's like, this is the part where they said I did it wrong the last time. So I have to plant this foot, and then I take short little steps around, and now I walk back. And, she's doing every step as she's like, if it wasn't for the fact that they knew her, she did it perfectly. But yeah, she was intoxicated. So yeah, that's crazy. In the bag, I've not heard that. That's a new one to me. I would have to do, there's a series of tests that they do for people who can't walk well or for people who are in a wheelchair. And one of them is a dexterity test. And I would have difficulty with that just because I have Decker vein synovitis. So the muscle that runs along my arm here and connects to my right through here, that muscle like gets really super tight, and it doesn't allow me to touch thumb to finger accurately on the back two. I have like I can force them into place, but I really struggle getting them there on their own. It's a I can't get the right angle to show you. I can't get tips to tip. So anyways, yeah, I would struggle. And because it's like you have to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 3, 2, 1. So yeah, and then you do that 3 times. That's one of the tests. Yeah, but why do they call, I figured it was the breathalyzer, but why do they call it the bag? That's the part that I'm confused on. What's a big word? Reb Morg, you being silly again. Sorry, I'm reading. I was trying to find the answer, but I don't, because it's Australia. That's the answer for everything. Oh. It's, thank you. It's actually, is it 3 words? It's Decker veins synovitis. I'm so used to it that I can say it really fast. Yeah, that's just one of my conditions. And it happened because I worked for a casino, and they had some old school locks on some of the slot machines, and I was a slot technician. And in order for the slot machine sensor to register that the door was closed at the computer in the office, you had to pump the lock and then slam it down. And because if you just put it down, the sensor didn't connect and it didn't relay the message back to the office computer that you had closed it. So anyways, I did that, I had to shut the machine. I changed the paper, whatever it was. And it was, pump, 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 slam. When I slammed, the lock froze. And my thumb, the lock stayed in place. My thumb kept going. And when it did that, it tore the muscle right up here, or tendon, tore the tendon and muscle thing, combo, whatever. However it happened, that it messed it up. And I wasn't able to use my hand at all for months. And of course, even though it was caused because of their slot machine mechanism failing, they determined that it was not their fault. And yeah, I got my workman's comp for the time I was out of work until that maxed out, and then I was terminated. That was it. I even went up to the tribunal, explaining the injury, explaining what happened, how it happened, why it happened. And no other compensation for the fact that I now have very limited use of my hand. Gotta love them. Yeah. Yep. It happened. Oh well. That's one of the things with me is I adapt very well because of the medical conditions that I have, and the progressive nature of them. I have just spent all of my life, when I lose a functionality, I just learn how to do it a different way, or I learn how to do something else equal, like when I have the spine injury. Oh, don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. No, I appreciate it, and I love you guys. And Tilly, I haven't said hi to you yet, but hi, welcome to the stream. No, I really appreciate it. But don't be sorry for me. I am so blessed in life. My adaptability, my adaptive nature means that I can find happiness and I can find joy no matter what. When I got hit by the SUV, I've got the spine injury. I literally lost every hobby I had because I could no longer garden. I could no longer carry things. I could no longer, do chores around my house hardly. I lost all of my friends. Nobody wanted to hang out with me anymore because I couldn't do anything but sit there. And, I was having the electrical shocks, that just would randomly happen. So, you go to an event like a birthday party or something, and you're sitting there and all of a sudden you get this electric jolt in your back, and it's like a donkey born of the Greek gods with lightning in its hooves kicks you right in the middle of your back. And it's just this quick, intense jolt of pain. Look up arachnoiditis, and that's the intensity of it. So it was this huge thing that happened, so I would yelp or just at random, just all of a sudden I'd holler, and all of the focus, all of the attention of whatever event you're at then is suddenly on you. The birthday girl is not getting their attention, or if you're at a wedding, God forbid, and then all of a sudden everybody's like, oh, what can I do to help you? And there's really nothing, so then they feel helpless. You feel like an ass, and you just stop getting invited to stuff. And so that's what happened. I've had 5 procedures on my spine now, to turn the nerves off. Basically, they do an ablation, and then I had blocks to block the nerves. So now I can walk a bit more. I'm not getting jolts as often. I still do get them, but long story short, I still can't garden. I still can't go out and work in my yard. I still can't do physical labor. I can't go for walks. If we go to the mall or something, I have to use my wheelchair because I get maybe 15 to 20 feet of walking distance before I have to, stop or lean on something hard or something. But I use a walker most of the time. I use my cane if there's not accessibility for a walker or a wheelchair. And if there's not adequate stuff to lean on, or it's not appropriate to lean on, or whatever, or if there's a long distance of walking, then I just use my wheelchair. But now I've found this. I can sit in my chair and edit videos, and I can talk to you guys, and I love you guys so much. You've given me a community. You are my friends. We have red carpet story time all the time. Yeah, It does. I remember I had to take something to my daughter's school one day. I think she had a migraine, and so I had to take migraine medicine. And I was trying to use my cane, and it just happened to be a really, really bad day. And the pain medicine wasn't helping. Nothing was helping. I had not yet had any of my procedures. And there's this long walkway up to the school. So I'm using my cane, and I'm getting zapped over and over again. And I'd get jolts, and my knee would buckle. It would drop me practically. And I remember making it about 10, 15 feet from the wall. And I just kept thinking, if I can make it to the wall, then I can lean on the wall, and I can I can just walk myself into the school. And I got a jolt that was so intense that it, like, I don't want to say paralyzed, but that's like the only word that I can think of. It petrified everything from my waist down. I couldn't move. The pain was so intense, and the jolts were rapid fire. They wouldn't let up. And there was a salesman for, like, one of the school lunch program things or something coming, or it was a salesman of some type coming. And like the whole time I'm like, at least nobody's gonna see me, at least school's going on and everybody's inside and no one's gonna see this. I just need to get to that wall. And so this guy comes up and he's like, how can I help you? And I'm like, I just need to get to the wall. I'll be okay. I'm sorry. And next thing you know, the office lady comes running out. Somebody from the upstairs floor saw me and called the office and said, there's somebody outside. I think she's going to need an ambulance. And I'm like, no, don't call the ambulance. I was so embarrassed. But yeah, and then they went and got me a wheelchair from inside the school to sit on. And it was awful. Like, it's so demoralizing to lose your freedom like that. But now I'm doing a lot better. Well, I didn't have many, so I started over, and it's just fine. But I appreciate that. But like I said, don't be sorry for me. Everything happens for a reason. And everything that has happened, good or bad, has led me to this moment right here. And I wouldn't trade what I'm doing right now for anything. I love what I'm doing. And I'm going to be doing it for a long time. Whether people like me, whether people don't like me, it doesn't matter. Because I know I've got my wonderful friends. You guys are great. And you show up for me all the time. Sometimes depriving yourself of sleep, just to hang out with me. And that means everything. I am blessed. And I wouldn't trade it. So I don't want anyone to feel sorry for me. It'll be okay. It'll be okay. I love you guys. And I'm good. I'm good. The pain is, I got about 60% relief from the last procedure. I got to have it redone probably every year. But at least I'm not living with those damn jolts as bad as they were. I need more coffee. My coffee cup. You can feel sorry for me that my coffee cup's empty. All right. I am so sorry for that long story. I couldn't even read the comments because I was, it was story time, and I look at you guys when it's story time. I don't look at the chat as much. So, oh, Lucy, Thank you. I love you guys. Iris and Holly and Tammy and Mama Jamma. I don't think I've said hi to you yet tonight. Hi, Mama Jamma. Love to see you here. Oh, it's the highlight of my day too. Trust me. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I mean it. I mean it. Thank you. The night shift. Yes. Hmm. I've heard that before. Midwestern nice. I have to. That's how I find the content. Prior to today, I was not equipped with the ability to get a lot of the live streams, but I do watch a lot of them. I don't watch TV. My TV has not been turned on for my benefit for probably a good 6 months at least. At least. I started going live in October, and I had been putting clips out for a couple of months before that. Well, plus, even prior to putting clips out, I had been editing clips for Mike for months. So yeah, I've been doing this for a minute now. I was doing this even before I was getting recognition of my own channel of doing it. So yeah. So my TV has not been on for any reason other than my daughter's been playing on it with her Switch. That's what she's got. She's got a Switch. She's been begging me to get her Switch games. But yeah, someday. All right. I am going to put another clip on, and then I am going to refill my coffee cup because that is empty, and that is a travesty. That is, how did that happen? Oh, la di da da. Oh, and tomorrow I should be able to get the conclusion of a case I've been following that I think y'all are really gonna love. So let's put this one on.
Zachary Livermore?
Yes.
Well, what's the derivation of that name?
I love him.
Oh, I was curious. Interesting.
English.
We don't have many of the Livermores here, but I was wondering where the derivation came from.
Love you, Iris.
It's probably English.
Sleep well.
Probably.
All right, here is Mr. Livermore's present with Mr. Nix, his attorney in 23 CR 103. Does the defendant waive the formal reading of the indictment and the arraignment here? Can we proceed in summary?
Yes, Your Honor.
In summary, this indictment alleges in paragraph 1 that on or about March 30th, 2022 in Jefferson County, Texas, you committed the offense of operating a motor vehicle in a public place while intoxicated. Paragraph 2 goes on to allege, which affects the punishment range here, that in 2009 and 2013, you were convicted out of Travis County courts at law for the misdemeanor offenses of DWIs, operating motor vehicles in public places while intoxicated. Paragraphs 1 and 2, if found guilty, constitute a third-degree felony. Do you understand what you were charged with?
Yes, Your Honor.
If convicted, you face a term of not more than 10 years or less than 2 years in prison. In addition, a fine may be assessed not to exceed $10,000. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
An agreement's been further reached where you would be pleading guilty, placed on 10 years, a sentence to 10 years imprisonment, that would be suspended. You would be placed on regular probation for 10 years, fined $1,000. As a condition of probation, you must serve at least 10 days in the county jail. Do you understand, sir? And that's day for day. Is that your understanding of the agreement?
Yes, sir.
If I follow this agreement, you have no right of appeal. Do you understand?
Yes.
How do you plead to this indictment, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Are you pleading guilty voluntarily and because you are guilty of what the indictment alleges?
Yes.
Paragraph 2, which alleges those prior convictions we discussed, are those allegations true and correct as they are alleged in paragraph 2 of the prior convictions? And are you pleading true and correct to those voluntarily? I show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 1. Did you sign that document? Voluntarily.
Yes.
Understand it, discuss it with your attorney. Are the contents all true and correct?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 1 tendered into evidence.
No objection.
Without objection admitted. Among other things, this states you are mentally competent to enter your guilty plea, which is freely and voluntarily made. You know what you've been charged with. The indictment's been read to you. You've read it. You were guilty of the crime charged and any lesser included offenses. You were giving up your rights to a jury trial, the right to the appearance, confrontation, cross-examination of witnesses. Totally satisfied with the representation provided by your lawyer. All of this is true, it states. So help you God.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 1 made a part of the record for all purposes. Pre-sentence report waived.
Waived, Your Honor.
I'm going to follow this agreement then and find, Mr. Livermore, that you were pleading guilty to paragraphs 1 and 2, which constitute the third-degree felony of operating a motor vehicle in a public place while intoxicated. You're doing this voluntarily, knowingly, intelligently. There's sufficient evidence from State's Exhibit 1 admitted here to support your guilty plea, to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. I now find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of this third-degree felony. I am following this agreement. You will hear my sentence to confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice prison for 10 years. That will be suspended. You are placed on regular probation for 10 years. There will be terms and conditions of probation, which are normal and customary for this type of offense. You will be fined $1,000. You will be ordered to serve 10 days in the county jail. How do you want to do that? There are ways of.
He'd like to start today. I don't know if he'd like to go straight from here or go there himself, but he'd like to start today. Would you like for them to?
You need to check in on or before. Check. You will check in on or before 6 o'clock p.m.
Yes, Your
Honor. And you're just going to do 10 straight days?
Yes.
Okay. That's one way to do it. All right, I've signed the orders and please see the probation officer and you will be reporting on or before 6 o'clock. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes, sir. She needs a fingerprint from the defense.
No, I need to give him what he needs to check into the deal.
Oh, he's a check-in pass. Okay. And Stafford Henry. Are you Stafford Henry?
Yes, sir.
You're charged with evading arrest or detention with a motor vehicle, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Paget here is your attorney.
Yes, sir.
This is an announcement. What are we going to do today, James?
Your Honor, we've received all discovery except for the videos.
I'll be darned.
And it's been requested.
Why do you think he's holding that back?
October. I do not believe he is, Your Honor.
Oh,
In fact, I got notification yesterday that I have some discovery to pick up. So I'm gonna go upstairs before he leaves just to see if his.
okay. What do you want to do today on Mr. Stafford?
I want you to give me some time to review the videotape, Your Honor. In the meantime, I'll request an offer from Mr. Boyd.
How much time do you want?
Whatever pleases the court, whatever. your
10
Honor
minutes?
is 30, 45, it would be better than 10. I don't think it's gonna
Is
work.
3 weeks going to be good?
If you give us, that's fine, Your Honor.
What? No, you were saying something.
Well, I'm just saying, I believe I requested it on the 6th of October. It should be in. I don't see there's a problem with that. I've received all the other discoveries.
You know what? Hold on for a second. Where are we? What's 3 weeks from today? Is that in Thanksgiving?
No, sir.
No. When is Thanksgiving? How many weeks from today?
That's fine.
Yeah.
Today is the
Not
7th.
next Tuesday. No, I'm sorry.
Thursday.
Next Thursday, but the following Thursday.
Yes, sir.
I would suggest a little more than 2 weeks. Sure.
So that's, 2 weeks puts him in Thanksgiving holiday week.
Correct, 2 weeks.
This is our first appearance, Your Honor, on, why don't we do that first week of January and we'll be prepared to move forward.
You got it.
I mean, just in case.
Get a resetting in January.
And you'll have no excuses from me. We'll be prepared.
Oh,
to
yeah,
move forward.
sure. Edward Leday.
You would give me trouble if I gave you.
You give me trouble.
I never give you trouble.
Yeah.
10 years, probably once or twice.
So now it's coming out.
You know,
Now, what's the deal about the beard?
I just want to do Santa Claus this year. You know, I mean, it's something, you know, my wife told me, she goes, please shave it. And I said, no.
Yeah, and you get that past that, that scratchy first, just that first chapter of growing that thing is scratchy and it's gotta be. Have you ever had a beard before?
Yeah, no, I'm just to the point where I just, I don't really care what people think of me, so that helps.
I thought you've always felt that way.
I stay clean, but I don't really care what people think,
Yeah.
That helps. It makes it easy.
Edward Leday, is that you?
Come on, Ed. And Your Honor, Edward is the same situation. This is our initial appearance. I requested the video on the same day I did the other one, so.
Probation? Edward? Are you still living in Pipkin?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're Edward Leday the fourth. You have to speak out. She has to take everything down, please.
Yes, sir.
You're charged with the state jail felony of theft. Can you hold Mr. Leday, please? Here in 23-41569, you're going to ask for the first week in January?
Yeah, that would be fine. We can put them both on the same day, Your Honor. And again, I've received all the other discovery other than the video, so it shouldn't be a problem.
What happened on that one, please? That's not Edward the fourth.
No, Your Honor. We're Edward the fourth, and there's going to be a few of them.
Yeah, so this is all we've done.
You shouldn't have anything else.
Okay, get a resetting and we'll see you back in the first week in January.
Step right over here, man.
Thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes,
Have a-
sir. You bet. My
Thank
best
you,
to the
sir.
family.
Good seeing you. Yeah, the mother-in-law still hanging in. We just had the 95th.
Wow.
She's
I don't find that very old anymore.
still living at home by herself.
Isn't that something?
It
Well,
is.
longevity's good. That's good that's a genetic
She
thing.
lives a clean life. She eats good and takes good care of herself. We actually just bought her a golf cart because she insisted, and she drives her little golf cart.
95 and playing golf?
She drives it around the little, she got about 100 and something acres, so she just drives it around, likes to look at the rice fields. We keep her off the roads though.
Jeremy Tyler. Can you tell me, there's a strike through Radford's name. I don't understand.
He's no longer on our court appointed list. So from my understanding, we have to appoint somebody, maybe a public defender to.
He's on bond? No, this guy's.
No, I think it's a competency hearing. I think he's.
Help me out. I don't know.
I don't know much about this either. but-
Why is that here in the middle of this? Docket.
Yeah, he's at Russ.
He's at Rusk. Okay, here, put this here. Pull this aside. I'll take care of that.
Yeah,
at the
I'm sorry, I
end.
don't handle these files.
Yeah.
I
We
don't
had
know much
an,
about
we had
it.
an agreed not guilty by reason of insanity. So this is just.
I understand. But we're not gonna.
Even Judge Stevens
I'm
does
gonna
red
deal with that
carpet
beam.
story
Because I
time.
don't know if we have to beam him up or what.
Well, my understanding is he signed agreed, so we just need to continue the commitment.
And Judge, at the end, I can go get Kim. I'm sitting here. She knows about my
Okay.
Because of
I'm
you
putting
guys.
asterisks by that name. We'll come back at the end to Jeremy Tyler. Next is Evan DeRuin. Mr. Reynolds, Evan DeRuin.
Judge, she said he,
Who's he?
but, was I had to go over to CPS court real quick, but I think he and I have a plan worked out in that one. The main question is whether
You're
or not
involved in the plan?
I am. I think one of the main questions is whether or not we can have a misdemeanor lesser out of the current charge. I think I need to refile it.
What?
Deadly conduct, habitation, shooting at a habitation.
What's the lesser included?
It would be a deadly conduct, discharging a firearm in a municipality or in a neighborhood. I don't think I can do it. I think I've got to refile. But I wanted to ask you, see what you thought.
Yeah, I don't, we don't want to refile if we don't need to.
Right.
And if it's you would think if it's in the statute.
Now, this time period where he's looking at these documents, he's trying to figure out if it's okay to file a charge under a lesser charge, or if they have to completely scrap the whole deal and refile the entire charge from start. And he spent a good 20 minutes to a half hour reviewing these documents, and I clipped out all the dead space and stuff, but he really took a lot of consideration into this. And I absolutely love Judge Stevens's inquisitive mind and his wit. He is my spirit animal. I just adore him. I got a thing for hanging out with little old men. I love them. They crack me up.
In the same statute.
In a habitation or at a habitation, at a house.
Class subsection A, if he recklessly engages in conduct that places another in imminent. Is that what it is? That's the class A. Recklessly engaging in conduct that places another in imminent danger of serious bodily injury.
Yes, sir. I think that would be what I would have to do. I know there's another charge that would fit, but I'm trying to think of a possible lesser.
You're just
See,
not crabby
the
old
intent
dude.
is different.
Reckless is in both of them.
It is. Okay. Reckless is Judge, hang on. Reckless is only in subsection A. B has to knowingly discharge in the direction of a person or a habitation. Did we plead more than one intent in our indictment?
Subpart 2, if he knowingly discharges a firearm at or in the direction of one or more individuals, or 2, a habitation, building or vehicle, and is reckless as to whether the habitation, building, or vehicle is occupied.
I see. And Judge, the only other option I think would be potentially a disorderly conduct, which does have the firearm.
Why don't y'all just do it?
Yeah, I think I need to refile. I think that's the cleanest way.
Okay, so where's it's
Darun.
Okay, with Mr. Reynolds. And he's not here today.
Buddy is over in CPS court and coming back. So I don't know if you want to hold on
what
that
I'm gonna do is just reset this for 3 weeks for review, but give y'all a chance to do a lesser included and then run a dismissal over to me. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Maria Campion. Or Campion.
He's in my top 5.
Let's
Probably
just
top
say
3.
For this case, we'll get an agreement worked out with Simon. If we could just get a little time.
How much?
Sorry.
How much time?
1 week.
Just 1 week?
It's on you guys.
Okay, reset 1 week. Please get resetted. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. John,
1 week for what?
disposition. Salvas Villarreal. That's John West as well. Villarreal.
And Judge, he is hired on that case. He said that he just wants to place it on the trial docket.
Okay, I need Villarreal. Salvas Villarreal, please.
And he is
Uh,
not
we're going to-
afraid to tell me.
What did he want to set this for what?
He said just place it on the trial docket.
It's going to be placed on the trial docket, so your attorney is unable to be here today. Just get it reset. Thank you, sir. Randy Johnson? Kevin?
Yes, sir.
Randy Johnson? 23 CR 1233. Randy Johnson? That's an announcement. And then Robert Lofton is next. And Mr. Lofton's raising his hand. That must be him.
Just one moment, Your Honor. On Randy Johnson.
Here's Mr. Bianchi's fine.
I'm asking that the court would give him some additional time, 4 to 6 weeks. He's working on a possible restitution only resolution, and he just needs a little more time to put together the funds. Otherwise, it's a probation offer, but he does have the option to try to satisfy it with restitution.
Okay. What did you want to do, Kevin?
We're asking for 4 to 6 weeks to give him a chance to put together the restitution.
5 weeks. Good. Okay, you're going to get a resetting. Just have a seat here before you leave. Thank you.
We're asking for it.
Robert Lofton. Robert Lofton. Mr. Lofton is right there in the blue shirt.
Yes, sure.
23-416-66.
And we're asking that be placed on the trial docket.
Okay.
You aren't kidding.
So this is looks like he's looking at
What
up to
happened?
20 years in prison.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
Drugs. That's it.
What y'all doing, Kevin?
Your Honor,
Yeah.
I believe that we may be able to move this case if you'll just hold us for a little bit.
All right, let me know. Langston?
Still trying, honey.
On Jadrian Bass.
That's completely
Try till I get it.
Mr. Bass.
He's here. At least he's outside. I know he signed up.
Jadrian Bass?
That's not
That's not you. Jadrian Bass.
That's him right here.
22-39492 is called. You are Jadrian Bass, present. But Mr. Adams, your attorney, does this defendant waive a formal reading of the indictment and arraignment here? Can we proceed in summary?
Yes, sir.
In summary, this indictment here alleges that on or about December 22nd, 2021, in Jefferson County, Texas, you committed the second-degree felony of fraudulent use of identifying information. Do you understand what you were charged with?
Or demand
If
others. be
convicted,
just
you
as
face a
good.
term of not more than 20 years or less than 2 years in prison. In addition, a fine may be assessed not to exceed $10,000. Do you understand? An agreement's been reached where you would be sentenced to 5 years in prison. That would be suspended. You would be placed on regular probation for up to 10 years, fined $500. There is no restitution in this case. Is that all correct?
Correct, Judge.
If I follow, is that right, everybody?
Yes, sir.
Deal? If I follow this agreement, you have no right of appeal of your case. Do you understand? How do you plead to this charge, sir? Guilty or not guilty?
Yes.
Are you pleading guilty voluntarily? That is on your own free will and because you are guilty.
Yes, sir.
I show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 1. Did you sign that document? Understand it? Discuss it with your attorney. Are the contents all true and correct? State's Exhibit 1 is tendered into evidence.
I know, Judge.
Without objection admitted. Among other things, this states you are mentally competent to enter this guilty plea, which is freely and voluntarily made. You know what you've been charged with. The indictment's been read to you. You've read it. You were guilty of the crime charged in the any lesser included offenses. You are giving up your rights to a jury trial, the right to the appearance, confrontation, cross-examination of witnesses. You're totally satisfied with the representation provided by your lawyer. All true, so help you God. Is that true? State's Exhibit 1 is made a part of the record for all purposes.
No objection.
Now, you're still on Penwell Meadow?
Yes, sir.
Is that right? What is your criminal history?
I got caught up some water.
I didn't understand.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you know what the criminal history is?
He has a similar offense that I believe he may be on probation for in Wise County.
In Wise?
WISE.
What's
So he was unwise in wise. Got it.
Main city in Wise County. The,
And yeah, it's like Dallas area, right? Yeah. Yeah,
what's the main city in there?
Probably Dallas. Breckenridge or something.
Yeah,
Like
Lake Caddo around there.
No, wait, Caddo's east of there.
Yeah.
You're not helping, I can tell.
Well, I'm not very helpful usually, Judge.
No wonder you're lost all the time. You're heading west to Camp Caddo. That was a Boy Scout camp.
Just thinking about vacation.
Boy Scout. Decatur, Texas. Is that right? Decatur? All right. Anything else? I'm going to follow this agreement and find as follows that you have pleaded guilty voluntarily. You are mentally competent to do so. You understand the consequences of pleading guilty.
Thanksgiving's coming up. Can you imagine Judge Stevens as your grandpa sitting at the Thanksgiving dinner table talking? Oh my goodness, that would be so much fun to be part of his family. Like, seriously, I can see it now. Yep. Rhode Island has a really great judge too, Judge Caprio. He was kind of the original YouTube streamer. Like, he started his own channel, and this was like years ago that he did that. And his brother is like an AV tech, basically. He's a videographer and has been like all of his life, and he uses his skills to record his brother, and then they posted it on YouTube, and they've been doing that for years. The show is called Caught in Providence, and Judge Caprio, he's my original favorite, but his clips are done like TV style. So, I mean, they're not like done YouTube style, so I can't really stream them in the same way. But I love him. I absolutely love Judge Caprio. He is a national treasure. Yes. See, everybody knows him. Yeah, you guys know what I'm talking about. The mom fund that he started, in his mom's honor, that when people send money into the court, he uses that to pay fines for indigent people and stuff like that. I mean, he's so great. He is, like I said, he's a national treasure. He's the original favorite judge of mine. But that one in Clallam County, he's got my heart right now. That man, he's another one. I would love to have him at the dinner table. Just the jokes, the wit, it's unmatched. These guys are amazing. Yes. The stories. I can't even imagine the things that they have seen through their career. But I bet it's one of those instances where, I mean, their time with their family, that's their normal time. Like, they don't even want to think about the cases that they've seen, even though they have seen some cases. No, yeah, all of them, every one of them. Yes. Don't push their buttons, because they are not afraid to put that hammer down. Yeah. They will nail you to a wall. Right? If I had the money to put up, some kind of benefit, right? And do a charity ball or something and invite judges from all over the country. And, I would love to do that. And then I would make sure my table had Judge Stevens and the Clallam County judge and Judge Caprio and oh golly, we got to have Simpson there. All of my crabby little old man judges, all of them that I love, all of them. Man, my table, I would be at the table with all the little old grumpy men telling all their little old grumpy stories. But you know what? They're really not little old grumpy men, but I love calling them that because when they get mad, they get mad. But they all have the greatest laugh and the greatest humor, and they see the world differently, and they hold people accountable. That's the biggest thing. That's what I love most about them. They hold people accountable. Yeah. Yeah. Right? It would have to be, golly, you know, I've seen those charity events where they're like $200 a plate. And what you get served is not $200 a plate food, but it's for charity. So they get, you know, they're able to do it. But I'd make it, you know, YouTuber price appropriate. You know, all of us, we'd show up and we'd have little autograph books and we'd be going around all the tables asking judges for their autographs. I mean, they never wanted to become these, you know, famous icons that they are. Caprio is the exception to the rule because, like I said, he kind of started it, just like Law Talk with Mike. He started the streaming court cases. He's the original YouTuber of streaming court cases. He did that before COVID ever hit. He's the original, the OG, you know, but yeah, these judges, golly, they get me. Philip's gonna be there just trying to chomp on the porcelain before they even bring the salad out. Hey, if I ever make it big as one of those big name YouTubers, you're damn Skippy right. I would put it together and I'd do some big charity event and I would, you know, I would have the $50 a plate thing going on, but I would have like 20 tickets that I would, you know, give away on stream. But I got to get to be one of those big name YouTubers making the big name YouTuber bucks before I can do any of that. So you got to like and subscribe and share. Sorry, Mama Jamma. Well, we'll have to host it in your town. You know, I've never been on a plane. Never. Never been on a plane. My daughter has. My daughter's been on a plane. She's been in a helicopter. I've done neither. I've been in a car. I've been on a boat. I've been on a bicycle. Heck, I was on a unicycle once. That is the extent of my travels. Aww. I'm going to take it you mean big name. I love you, Philip. You know it. And Robert. And Robert, Philip. You tell Robert I said hi. You've been in a pickle. You've been in a jam. Yeah. We know you. And pictures. Everybody would be walking around asking judges for selfies. I know how this dinner is going to go. Oh no, don't tell me that. I've grown very fond of Robert. Don't tell me he's not well. tell Robert I hope he feels better very soon. And I can't wait until he comes over and hangs out with you and spends time with us as well. As a passenger or as a co-pilot or pilot, whichever. But I mean, I'd settle for co-pilot. The only way that I don't want to be in a helicopter is a med flight. I will pass on that shit. Unless you're the, unless I'm teleported back in time and it's the MASH crew. I loved MASH. Bring MASH back. I mean, they really can't because it's outdated as far as like, what it was, but I really loved that show. That was one of my favorite shows. I loved MASH. You guys are so goofy. Yeah, I would have to. I would definitely have to have Judge Washington and Judge Boyd. But I don't know, the female judges, I love them. I do love them. But they don't have my heart the same way because they're judgy. When the male judges do it, they do it in a like, I don't even know how to explain it. I really don't. Like they are fair but firm. There's no emotion to their sentencing. It's about you did wrong, you pay your price, right? And it's like the female judges are like, you did wrong, you hurt people's feelings, you're going to pay for that too. A little bit more. Oh, Manning's coming. Manning is coming there. Yeah. That's my girl. And that female judge Manning clone that's in Texas. I like her too. We really just got to get all these judges together in one big room. And then all of us in that same room. Yeah, I loved it. I absolutely loved it. Hi, Melissa. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us tonight. Well, of course, Middleton. That's of course. Yep. Yeah. Manning's my girl. But Manning's not very girly, so I connect with her more. Cancel court for the week and then get them together. Yeah. Maybe just like, we were going to arraign you today, but we got plans. Oh, man, that would be so much fun.
There's sufficient evidence supporting your guilty plea from State's Exhibit 1 admitted here to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. I so find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. No, this is 5/10.
Oh, it's 5/10. I'm sorry.
And following this agreement, you are hereby sentenced to confinement in the Institutional Division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice to serve a term of 5 years, because that's a second-degree felony. That term of confinement is suspended. You are placed on regular probation for 10 years. You will be fined $500. There will be terms and conditions of probation, which are normal and customary for this type of offense. Make sure you follow it. If you fail to follow the terms and conditions of probation, your probation could be revoked and you could be sentenced up to 5 years in prison. So make sure you follow these requirements. All right. And I'm a little disturbed to hear that this is a similar offense for which you had a disposition in another county over. I mean, this is a felony conviction. You're not necessarily going to prison yet, but it's still a felony conviction. That closes off a lot of doors of opportunity. You don't like missed opportunities. It's hard enough out there. All right, anything else?
Oh, that's it, Joe.
That is all on this one. Thank you. On Randy. Yeah. Did you get your resetting? You were clear to go? Thank you. And that's Daryl Cooper.
Go to the probation. Oh, over there. She's sitting right over there.
Yes, on Mr. Cooper's case, 23888. You were charged with the state jail felony of criminal mischief. And where are we on this?
Mr. Cooper is saying he didn't scratch.
Well, he certainly can stand by that. He has right to plead not guilty. Says
He was on one scratch on his own. He's saying he didn't scratch. I believe it was a scratch.
this person, the victim states, the complainant, that the defendant walked beside the passenger side of his vehicle with his hand outstretched, walked from front to rear. Apparently, the man was soliciting a cleaning product.
Because everything's
and
better with friends.
Began applying the product to the headlight of his vehicle. I wonder what that was. I guess cleans headlights or something. And the complainant declined to purchase the product. And then the defendant, he says, demanded payment for the demonstration of it. And the complainant declined, then stated the man walked beside the passenger side and walked from front to rear. And the complainant observed physical damage to the vehicle.
This is
The
Texas.
defendant began fleeing the scene on foot. And the complainant followed behind. Okay, that's interesting.
There's video evidence.
It's
Judge.
okay.
You know, there's an old
okay.
Bible proverb: guilty men flee when no man pursueth, but the righteous stand bold as a lion. Sometimes the Bible has interesting proverbs that play into real life. All right, here's what we're going to do is set this for trial. And are you appointed?
Yes.
Oh, you public defender? All right, Mr. Adams, are you able to hire a lawyer? Do you? How much? You're going to have to fill out an indigent form, okay? Unless you already filled one out. Looks like something was done where this says your take-home pay was $900. Is that right? To this day? Okay, and he can continue to represent you. It probably, and that he's a good lawyer. I don't think this would take long. I could, it might go to trial quicker if you agreed to release him. I could put somebody else on the trial docket wheel of all the other appointed lawyers, but it's your call. Do you want to keep him or replace him with the next person? It's your call.
I can do it.
You think you're doing fine with him? All right, then we will continue to have him represent you and we'll set it on the trial docket and just get a resetting for trial. Just have a seat right there before you leave. Thank you. Get a docket, trial docket first. Thank you.
Oh, here, sorry. Right there.
Chesia Justicia Mays. We're gonna do on this.
He wants to look at the video. If you might dispose of it. Once he's here, do you? So I'm anticipating that's gonna be disposed of. Hey, son.
Justicia Mays, that you come on up, please. She's walking very slowly.
Just Mike.
What are we gonna do today?
Yeah, she was. I think the state wanted to view the video and that might dispose of it. All right.
It's a drug case, Judge. Apparently they've got some medical evidence that might attest to her being within normal limits of the drug that she was prescribed. However, I want to look at the video.
Say that again now.
I need to look at the video.
Okay.
A little bit of time would help.
Okay. I was doing something there. If you didn't notice, I was kind of off in La La Land for a reason. I had to find something that I wanted to show you guys. And I've said it before, but I really, really wanted you guys to see it. So, one of the things that I love most about watching Judge Stevens stream is this. Let me see how I do. No, don't you do that yet. No, Okay. I have to share something with you. Okay. I'm going to do this because I'm going to show you my desktop. Now, I will not be able to see chat while I'm doing this, okay? So if y'all are just calling me crazy, well, there is that too. That flag that's behind Judge Stevens' head all the time, right? So I have this picture. And I've looked at this flag 1,000 times, and this has always stuck out to me. To me, this is like a guardian angel that sits behind him all the time. He's got the eye looking down, the nose, the mouth. He's got a beard, and he's even got an ear right here. And that flag, this picture is in my phone. It took me a minute to go and find it. But this picture, I screenshot this. Or no. I took this picture of my television, actually. May 19th. Okay. Now, when we go back to the video, look at that flag behind him. And that flag still has that same face. To me, it looks like a very spiritual face even. So I had to show that to you. I love that. It's one of my favorite things about his courtroom is it always feels like he has a guardian angel right behind him. And I got to put him back on stage. Now I got to go look and see if he's
operating a motor vehicle now. Did you drive up here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have any devices based upon this DWI on your, do you have an interlock device or anything like that?
Did you see it?
I know it wasn't, but I'm just curious if she was ordered to do something.
I don't believe so.
Well, if it's
not that I'm aware of, I didn't think she was, but she could be, but I wasn't aware of that.
Okay. Well,
because basically the short version of this case is that the intoxicant that she was accused of being under the.
Did you guys see it? Or am I crazy? Yeah, it's still there. I swear that's his guardian angel. Like, that's just me. What if you don't mind you do for the court? Watch it. I don't do anything for the court. I don't work for anything legal. What, Holly, honey?
Additional at this particular time was a prescribed drug by a doctor. And
It could be prescribed, but you can still,
Right.
it can still adversely affect your ability to operate a 4,000-pound missile.
correct. And then when the blood test came back, from my understanding from discussions with her doctor, she came within the levels of what she would not have been deemed to be intoxicated based upon the level of the absorption of the drug in your system and elimination. Because
Every human's different on that.
Yeah, but I think that the pharmacists have different ranges, and that, to my understanding, the range that she was in would not have been intoxicated. But I believe Stacey still wants to look at the video. But
You still don't, yeah.
Well, and the thing
There's
is,
one thing of some kind of a level, but anybody can reach a level. It says if you're unable to, if it adversely affects your abilities, and sometimes it doesn't take much for some people.
That's true.
But anyway, that's
okay.
What was the drug?
I was prescribed diazepam.
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 Yes, sir.
and that was the only thing that came back in the blood test. She doesn't drink, no alcohol, no.
I know, diazepam is a controlled substance, so it has, it's dangerous, and that's why you have to be careful about it. Anyway.
Benadryl can be dangerous.
So how much time?
Normal, we said, I guess, whatever your normal is.
4 weeks. 4 weeks.
Works for us, Judge.
Okay, and just
It doesn't have to be an illegal substance for it to cause an impairment. If you take cold medicine, nighttime NyQuil or Benadryl, and you get in a vehicle and drive, you can fall asleep at the wheel just as easily as if you drank a couple drinks. Benadryl for sure is going to knock you out. Well, it does me anyways. I take that and I'm out for the night and loopy for the day after. So I personally don't know what diazepam does, but if she had taken it and gotten pulled over, it's, it's quite possible that she could have been impaired from it. But if the levels came back that she was not at a level that affected it, that'll come out in court. That's why you're innocent until you're proven guilty.
have a seat before you leave, and then we'll get you out of here. Devin Walker, you got Devin Walker and Robert Wilkes left.
Wilkes, you need another one that wants to try Walker. I think we're gonna be disposed of. I just want over.
Well, Judge, there's an offer.
Devin Walker, please. Devin Walker, 23 CR 634.
Give you one to communicate it.
Right, but you said that you don't consider.
Yeah, I can, but I'm not gonna change what she did.
So what consider me? You said it's one time to consider.
I'm not gonna lower it. I'm not lowering
I know
it.
what that is.
Devin, are you Devin Walker?
Yeah.
23
knocked
CR
out.
634. Okay, what are we gonna do on that?
That's not what we talked about.
We didn't talk about anything, but
We're not talking.
well, let's be
What
clear.
we can do today.
Let's be clear. There
What
was
are we gonna
nothing
do
talked
today?
about. It was just, you say consider, and that was it.
Hey,
That's all.
y'all can fight it out outside. You don't fight, of course, but what do you want to do today?
Well, I mean, in light of what he just said, I think the only thing we do it now is just set it for trial.
Set for trial. It's set for trial.
So-
Thank you. It's set for trial, and
Like,
just have a
make
seat
your
there
mind
before
up.
you leave. Robert Wilkes, get a reset.
Okay, thanks, Judge.
Robert Wiltz is next. Same thing.
Just
What are we gonna do?
batted them.
He's one of my public defenders. Judge, I believe he wants to,
Where's Robert Wiltz?
He's here. Well, he's outside. He's gonna come. All right.
Robert Wiltz, he's outside. Thank you.
All things affect all people differently.
And everybody is done.
You right, Judge.
You right, Judge. Yep. He is. Of course he is. That's why he's the judge.
Good.
I don't even know what he's right about, but I know he's right.
And Mr. Wiltz, that's you? All right, what are we gonna do on this one? Mr. Adams is your attorney?
Right, you didn't say you wanted to call what you told me. And he's a public case, Judge.
Public case, and they're all
I mean, I'm
public
sorry, I
cases.
apologize. Public defender's case.
100.
You want this
Right
for trial,
there.
Mr. Adams has been assigned to represent you because is this right? You're indigent, I guess. Let me see what we need that sheet. There's a sound. So how much what is your take home pay a month?
After taxes, probably like 9 something.
900
Yes.
a month? What's your income source?
What I make them.
Yes, sir. Where's the money come from? What is your income source?
A utility worker at Metro. Metro utility worker.
A utility worker.
Yes.
So do you get paid by the hour? Or
Yes.
What? How much?
15 per hour.
He's usually pretty fair on the little stuff, especially, and he's got a good sense of humor. It's kind of hard when for these judges when YouTubers usually clip out the worst of the worst. They clip out where the judges are yelling at the people or the people are yelling at them and they're reacting. So you don't get a fair perception of how the judges are. That's why I really like doing these longer streams of the full docket, because you get to see them not just in their not just in the moments where they're reacting to aggression or anger or stupidity, but you also get to see their kind heart and their fairness. Look at the very first thing the point where I opened this stream was him asking someone with the last name Liverworth or Liverword or something like that. What is the derivation of your name? For one thing, I love that he knows the word derivation. But for two, like he really connects with people. He wasn't instantly trying to railroad this person. He was trying to connect with them. You get to see them on every level. That's why I like doing these. Yeah. Yep, absolutely. Just don't lie to him. Don't BS him. Absolutely. No liar, pants ablaze.
And are you working full time?
Sir,
Are you working full time?
Yes, sir. We just started back going full time again.
All right. Well, that's 30 grand plus. What I'm saying is that's not indigent. That's for a lot of people, that's unfortunate.
Be right back.
You don't have any dependent children, right? Just you?
Yeah, I have a stepson.
How old is he?
15. He'd be 16 in December the 6th.
Okay. Your wife?
Here, Peach Woods.
Yeah, she lives with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is she employed?
Not right now.
Okay. Well, you need to go talk to some. I'm gonna
Some 3 lawyers.
Yeah, Yeah, come back in 2 weeks and tell me what you've done about seeing, if somebody will, work with you on this case. It's a state jail felony. And if not, then we'll talk about the next thing. Now, Mr. Adams here can certainly, he's a competent attorney. He can represent you, or we can assign somebody else. What do you want? No, it's your call. He knows about the case.
I mean, I don't have no problem.
Sir?
I don't have no problem with it.
That's good. Okay, right now I'm going to continue to let Mr. Adams continue to represent you. But we'll look at it. Why don't we have a review in 4 weeks, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right.
You still want to go see 3 lawyers, right? Or don't do that?
Yeah, see some lawyers and see what they charge, but.
You can do that.
What's the offer on this?
6 years in the pen time.
Got some priors, but.
So
what?
That was it right here.
This, Mr. Wills?
Judge.
Oh, I see. He's got some fine. Okay.
Yeah, so I got that offer in August 28th. And it was an offer of 6.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. We'll be set for trial. Thank you.
So we talk about it. Okay.
All right. Randy Johnson, Mr. Johnson, that's yours.
Mr. Johnson is,
What?
for 4 weeks or so.
Yeah, where is he? That's you, Randy Johnson? No, he's been drug tested.
Okay.
Where is he? Where'd he go?
Back here.
Where'd he go? Randy Johnson? See if Randy Johnson's outside there, Dennis, please.
Wrong name on it.
Huh?
Wrong name on it.
On this document? All right, well, we need the right name, I guess.
But he's not out there. I showed him marked off on the list for some reason.
Okay. I think we might have just a snafu. How do you pronounce it?
What? Snafu?
God bless you. But how do you pronounce it? It sounds like you sneezed. A snafu. That sounds like sneezing.
Don't give me the thing with two acronyms, man.
You know, it is. I would like the derivation of snafu. Where the oh, it's
situations on all.
okay.
Yeah.
Fouled up. Yeah, fouled up.
Daryl Cooper. You're Daryl Cooper. Sorry, Mr. Cooper. I don't have to tell I don't have to tell you. You know that you got cocaine in your system. Where's his file? Did I give it back to you, Daryl Cooper? I don't have it.
On my favorite was I still get the reviews.
And his bond is what? That's Mr. Adams, I guess, is your attorney. What was his bond?
It was $5,000.
Okay, your bond, you have failed this drug test. You have cocaine in your system. And your bond is revoked. It is doubled to $10,000. Plus, you must have a drug patch as a condition of bond, because the very first condition of bond is do not commit an offense. And illegal use of drugs, cocaine, is an offense. So you will be taken into custody. And Mr. Walker, that's you. Come on and get a resetting. You're free to go. You got it? Okay. You're free to go. He's in custody. Yeah. When you flunk the drug test, you were immediately taken into custody. I have Mario Hernandez.
Ready, Jeff?
Come on up. 2240195 is called Mario Hernandez. That's you?
Yes, sir.
Present. With Mr. Kelly, your attorney in the state's attorney. Does the defendant waive a formal reading of the indictment and arraignment here? Can we proceed in summary?
We do, Your Honor.
In summary, this indictment alleges that on or about March 10th, 2021 in Jefferson County, Texas, you committed the second-degree felony of indecency with a child. Do you understand what you're charged with here?
Yes, sir.
If convicted, you face a term of not more than 20 years or less than 2 years in prison. In addition, a fine may be assessed not to exceed $10,000. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
An agreement has been reached where you would be pleading guilty, prosecuted for the lesser included offense of okay. What is the offense?
Indecent assault. Class A.
What's the section number, please?
20.
I got 22, I guess. Indecent assault 22.012. A person commits an offense without the other person's consent with intent to arouse or gratify the sexual desire of any person. Person touches the breast of another person. This is a Class A misdemeanor. All right. The have agreed to that you would be pleading guilty to lesser included Class A misdemeanor indecent assault.
He gets disgusted,
which is
as he should.
Found under section 22.012 of the Texas Penal Code, which carries with it up to 1 year in the county jail and or up to a $4,000 fine. Do you understand the punishment range?
Yes, sir.
The agreement is that you would be placed on deferred or unadjudicated probation for 2 years. Is that your understanding of the agreement?
Yes, sir.
Also fined $500.
Yes, sir.
If I follow that, you have no right of appeal of your case. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
How do you plead to this Class A misdemeanor, lesser included offense under this indictment? Indecent assault, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Are you pleading guilty voluntarily and because you are guilty?
Yes, sir.
Show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 1. Did you sign that document?
Yes, sir.
Understand it? Discuss it with your attorney? Or the contents all true and correct?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 1 is tendered into evidence.
Objection.
Without objection admitted. Among other things, this states you are mentally competent to enter your guilty plea, which is freely and voluntarily made. You know what you've been charged with. The indictment's been read to you. You've read it. You were guilty of the crime charged in any lesser included offenses. You were giving up your rights to a jury trial and the right to the appearance, confrontation, cross-examination of witnesses. You were totally satisfied with the representation provided by your lawyer. All of this is true. It states, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Is that true?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 1 is made a part of the record for all purposes. Printing's getting smaller. These don't have it. This doesn't have a reporting requirement, does it?
Only on the second offense, Judge.
Thanks for your patience. Just
Thank
you. Okay. I think I understand all of this here.
This is another one of those instances where he took a lot of time to review all of the elements of the case, and I cut out all of the dead space so that you guys didn't have to sit through and wait while he read. But he really wanted to make sure he had a handle on exactly what happened with this case, what the plea is, what the terms and conditions are going to be of the plea, to know if he's going to follow this recommendation and how he's going to proceed. Because as you'll find out, he's not a happy man.
How old was the child? 10 years old?
Yes, sir.
10. Predator.
So the only difference between this and the second degree felony of indecency with a child is the fact that y'all just dropped the age of the victim, right? As an element.
Yes, sir.
Everything else is the same.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
Not from us.
Okay. It looks like sex offender registration is not required yet.
It's not mandatory, no, sir.
That bothers him.
And it didn't get passed in this term, I guess.
No, sir. Not to my knowledge.
The statute says it's sexual offender registration is not required, and then it's in parentheses yet. So apparently, for whatever reason, they elected not to. The legislature elected not to change that other code. Well, anything else?
Not from us.
All right, and the defendant has entered his plea of guilty to this Class A misdemeanor. Is a pre-sentence report waived?
Yes.
Anything else to add? If not, I'm going to find Mr. Hernandez, you have pleaded guilty to this Class A misdemeanor, the lesser included offense of what is referred to as indecent assault. And under section 22.012 of the Texas Penal Code. You have pleaded guilty voluntarily. You are mentally competent to do so. You understand the consequences of pleading guilty. There's sufficient evidence supporting your guilty plea from State's Exhibit 1 admitted here to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. However, I am going to follow this agreement, defer any finding of guilt, and place you on deferred or unadjudicated probation for 2 years. You will find $500. There will be terms and conditions of probation, which are normal and customary for this type, a general type of offense, even though I wanted to go to sex offender classes and other things like that, that are normal and customary for other types of the offenses.
This one bothers everyone. If you're not bothered
especially
by
in
it,
light of the fact that
something
the
wrong.
complainant was 10 years old at the time of this event. There will be other terms and conditions of probation which are normal and customary for this.
He's so bothered
Now,
he can't even get through it.
You're also going to do
He's
180
struggling.
days in the county jail. This is a crime of indecency. A 10-year-old child is victimized. You're going to pay a price for irreparable harm to a child on my watch. I just wish it was more. You took advantage of a 10-year-old more than once, according to the probable cause affidavit. And except for everybody just dropping the age, it's a second-degree felony. Plus mandatory reporting requirements for life, I believe.
It should be.
Otherwise. So
He shouldn't get this deal.
what this court can do in managing the fair and appropriate remedy that I guess we can assess, although how do you take back the harm to a child? There is no way. You took advantage of a child. I have no sympathy for you. I have sympathy for the child. You took advantage of a 10-year-old child. Shame on you. You're going to jail immediately. 180
Thank you,
days.
Judge.
As a condition of this probation.
Your Honor.
Anything else?
Yes, Judge, if I may, considering that he's employed currently, will the court allow us to break that up? In
I know
some
you're
way?
doing your job, but shut up.
I don't have something to proffer to the court right now, but I would at least like to ask the court to.
Let me just say,
to consider.
Mr. Kelly is one of the most wonderful people I know. And he's a wonderful attorney, as well as just being a very fine, great man. He has children, and I know what he thinks. I know what we all think. You didn't give this child a chance to get ready for your assaultive behavior. And you did this more than once. And I have no sympathy for you. I'm not going to work on your terms in spite of the fact I would do almost anything for Mr. Kelly. This doesn't have anything to do with Mr. Kelly. He's trying his best to help you, but he cannot undo your terrible misdeed. It was an unnatural act you performed on a child. Shame on you. You're going to jail. The most I can put you is 180 days. And that's what you're getting. That's what we call justice under these circumstances. Unfortunately, we can't undo the assault that you performed on a 10-year-old child. Shame on you. Anything else? That's in all due respect. If it was any other kind of circumstances, Tom, but I feel sorry for that child. That is all.
You can't undo it.
Okay.
There's no taking it
We
back.
have my Trong
Yes.
and Trong.
Yes, Judge, we need a trial set.
Mr. Trong wants your.
All right. We need a palate cleanser for a moment. Let's see if I can get a kitty cat in here. The only way that he could do more, Holly, would be if he entirely rejected the plea. I don't know the rules behind that. I've seen judges reject pleas before, but I don't know if there's certain stipulations that they have to abide by if the plea has been accepted on both sides or whatever. But Judge Stevens looked at everything and he figured out what he could do for the max. And he gave him the max, as much time as he could, 180 days. So the truth is that's not much. But it's the most the judge could do under these circumstances. I know we all wish that he could have given him more. But he gave him the most that he could. And he didn't bend on, I have to work or I have to set up arrangements or anything like that. No. He said, you're going and you're going now. Yeah. All of us, sweetie. All of us. I do not have a tabby. I have a gray cat. I have two that are gray and white. And yeah, he took that very hard. Absolutely. Yeah. And that is probably why they did the plea. Very often they'll try to come to a plea to save the family from having to go through the trial. I know if something like that happened to my child, I would not want my child to have to get up on the stand. Earl, I see you now. Come here. You smell this? Come on. Come on. Mama needs your lovin's. Come on. Yeah. Come on up here. The chat wants to see you and not your starfish side. Meow. Yeah. Come on. Here, let me put you right here. Oh, don't you go nowhere, Earl. Come on. Earl. He's like, I'm suspicious. Come on, baby. If it was Billy would be like, yum, let me have it. Come on, baby. He's got his starfish side at you, but you can't see it. There we go. There we go, baby. Yeah. Yeah, this is my grandbaby. This is my grandbaby. This is Earl Grey. Come on, Earl. Right here. Yeah. It's your food. He's like, I'm not really interested. I just gave them the dry food. I've got a little banister that runs along the wall, and I just take and I fill that up so that when I can't get them. Yeah, Ava will eat the cat's food. Ava will eat anything. You want Ava? Ava. Come on. Come on around. Come on up. Ava. Come here, baby. Come on. Up. Come on. The spoon is clean. All right, hold up. Tonight, she is having the classic tuna dinner. You want another? Come on. Come on up. Oh, yes, thank you. I wanted to wear that. Ava, come on up. Come on. Get that. Get that. Right here. No, not the spoon. Ava, right here. You got it on my wrist, baby. Right here. Come here. Come on, right there. No, not the spoon, silly. Ava. Oh, it fell. Now you'll have to lick it off the floor. Holly loves you. She's going for the whole can. Oh my goodness. Yeah, usually when she gets these, there's not food left in them because the cats have eaten it. Okay, you're good now, right? You're good. Here, get this little bit off my desk. Yeah. I don't need my desk smelling like tuna. Oh, Ava, I love you. I love you. Okay. See, doesn't that make us all feel a little bit better? A little bit better? Because we got to see baby. We got to see our baby Ava. Come on. Come on, baby. Who's the bestest girl? Who's the bestest girl? Hmm? Aw, I love you, Ava. I love you. Go lay down. Go lay down. Go get comfy. I love you, baby girl. Thank you. Mm. The inside of these ones actually isn't. I don't know what they do differently, but I've never had she's never gotten cut on one or anything, but oh, she always does. Always. Always. And she sits on my feet, which is nice in the winter, but she'll sit right on my feet and do that. So, yep. But that's one of my babies. Aww. You guys are the absolute best. Absolute. All right, now we can get back to the clip. But I wanted to have a moment of wholesome and loving, because that's what we are. She is. We love you, Mama Gemma. I'm so happy you're always here. You are an integral part of our family. Ooh. Nah. No, I haven't. Okay. It's Earl Grey and Billy O.T. So I have tea saucers, little plates. And that's what I put their food on. So they eat off of tea saucers. I know. I can't help it. Oh, no. No. No, I don't need to encourage that. I don't even eat them. I love the crunchy ones, though. Total crunchy over puff. Mm-hmm. Much love. Always. Much love. All right.
Retain on this? Okay.
Oh, no. Oh, I see the problem.
We're going to set this for trial. Okay. And that's what Mr. Trong wants, I believe, here in 22-41245. And did you need to put anything on the record?
No.
Okay. All right. Then this is set for trial. It's an arson case, and we will set that for trial. Okay. Thank you.
I believe we're going to need a translator, Judge. Oh, correct.
Can y'all do what you can to help with that? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Benjamin Fullerton.
Right, you know, just have 1 week.
Yes, sir. Yeah, you got 1 week. There we go. And was that, you had, what did we do something with Dalen Mann?
He's refusing deferred on that.
Okay.
He refused deferred.
Okay. Who did that?
Mr. Mann did.
Okay, that's fine.
He's reset to January 22nd.
Okay. He can always change his mind. Yeah, that's what's necessary. Robert Lofton.
Fullerton.
Robert Lofton.
Just a week.
Ready,
Okay. What are we gonna do on this? Okay. I don't have any papers.
Mr. Ham,
It's probably, he was kind of stuck in his last hearing, I guess.
Yeah.
Here.
Hey, what's the site, Mike? There's a question about the jail time. You just did all.
8.302.
Okay. Well, let's come get 'em.
Okay.
Thanks, Ryan.
Okay, on Robert Lofton, there we go. 23-41666 is called. Mr. Lofton is present. And with Ms. Mantellini, does the defendant waive a formal reading of this indictment? Can we proceed in summary?
yes, sir.
In summary, this indictment alleges that on or about, it's 2 paragraphs, on or about December 29th, 2022 in Jefferson County, Texas, you committed the offense of theft, and I'm showing paragraph 2 or more, defendant has 2 or more theft convictions in Harris County and Jefferson County courts. And paragraphs 1 and 2 constitute the state jail felonies that we're going on. State jail felony.
Actually, no, Your Honor, it's an 8-year. Where the other paragraphs are.
No, it's a state jail felony, punished as though it was
Yeah,
as though it was a second degree felony.
But we're.
So
yeah.
let's see. All right, I guess.
And in deciding which paragraphs to go on, I believe that the paragraph alleging a December 12th, 1978 in conviction is for an act that occurred prior to the September 1978 conviction. So I believe that the court would have one out of all 4 of those would have one, and then the
Look,
next.
if it's a cap of 8 years, you just need 3rd degree felony punishment, right?
Well, it has to be prior state jails to be 3rd degree felony punishment. I thought.
Correct, Judge.
And he doesn't have prior state jails. He has prior regular consecutive felonies, which is why it's.
No, you got you got in paragraph.
Okay, so my niece had this dog, and it was very close in breed to what Ava is. Ava's red bone coonhound and Australian shepherd. And my niece had an Australian shepherd. I don't remember if it was purebred or mixed with something, but it was adorable. And you could put broccoli and carrots down and a steak, and the dog would have the broccoli and carrots. It loved carrots. It was like its favorite food in the entire world. Ava won't eat anything, any vegetables or fruits. Like, I can't get her to eat them. I've tried. I want her to. I've tried sweet potatoes. I've tried broccoli. I've even done the switch trick where you like offer them like, a piece of pizza or something. And right before they take it, you slip the broccoli in. It doesn't work on her. She spits it out. A lot of dogs will just eat it like as if they got the pizza. It doesn't work on her. I tried. I completely understand, Patrick. And you know what? That's what we're here for. That's what I'm here for. That's why I do this. And just think of this benefit, right? You come here to watch it, and I usually cut out all of the dead space. You don't got to sit there and listen to silence while he reads, reads up on the statute or reads up on the charge or, any of that other stuff. I cut that all out, and you have the support of the wonderful chat. So I understand wishing he had it for when he was live, but you can just do something during the daytime when the court's on and then come here at night.
You've got 2 burglaries in paragraphs 1, 2, 3, 4. In paragraphs 4 and 5 on the same date. Doesn't that make
That's
non-consecutive?
Therefore, they're not consecutive.
I know
so,
that makes 3rd-degree felony punishment.
but they're not state jail felonies.
Much love, Tammy 13B.
I would assume 2nd-degree felonies.
That's correct.
Thank you.
What she's saying, I believe, is
Sleep
accurate.
well.
Any two prior state jail felonies goes to 3rd-degree punishment. Any 2 consecutive regular felonies goes to 2nd-degree punishment. Is my understanding.
What's the statute, please?
I don't have that memorized.
Well, it's Penal Code 12.425.
Right. Okay, let's see. Enhanced state jail. Okay. State jail felony enhanced by 2 prior felonies in sequence makes a 2nd-degree felony punishment, right?
Yes, sir.
Much love always.
And burglary and
No, sir.
well, if you have a burglary in 78, okay, and burglary of 78 and 278706, in the next to the last paragraph, it says after 278706 became final, he commits the felony of aggravated assault of a police officer and was convicted in 86. So that gets you a consecutive.
That would do the judge. Those 2.
I was 4 years old when he committed that felony.
So we would be using the paragraph that includes cause number 27806.
Okay, so it would be paragraphs 1 and 2 and 3 and 1 and 2, which constitute the state jail felony. Then 4 and 7.
Yes, sir.
Which constitute the enhancement of a burglary of a habitation and aggravated assault of a peace officer in 78 and 86 respectively, which gives you the enhanced felony punishment under section 12.42 subpart A, subpart 2, 2nd-degree felony, 2 prior felonies in sequence. Current crime, state jail felony.
I've already gotten him to sign one that says it.
Sure.
And felony. Enhanced with 2 prior state jail felony. 2 prior felonies in sequence 12, section 12.425 subpart B. Yeah. 12.425 subpart B. 425 repeat for repeat and habitual felony offenders on trial for state jail felony. Okay. All right, so I think that's where we are. Section 12.425, which again is a state jail, the current offense, state jail felony, paragraphs 1 and 2.
See how serious he takes everything?
Then enhanced to by these prior
Ew.
convictions, 2 prior felonies in sequence becomes second degree felony, enhanced punishment range.
And I believe we're gonna go on paragraph 4 and 7
All
after
right.
what we just discussed.
So the plan is that you would be pleading guilty to paragraphs 1 and 2. And then that is a state jail felony, then you would be enhanced with the burglary of a habitation conviction in 78 and aggravated assault of a peace officer, a sequential prior conviction in 1986, and that would enhance then to what did we say? Second degree felony punishment, but it's a state jail felony punished as though it were a second degree felony. And that means that you would be facing no less than 2 nor more than 20 years confinement in prison, and a fine up to $10,000 can be assessed. Do you understand?
You understand?
But it's a state jail felony, but it's punished as though it were a second degree felony, and whatever sentence I assess will not exceed 8 years in prison. So you would be looking at no less than 2 nor more than 8 years confinement in prison. You could be placed on regular probation by the court for up to 10 years in length. You can be placed on deferred or unadjudicated probation. Those are 3 different options.
I'm just trying to straighten.
This is just, well, it just gets kind of awkward because there's so many issues here that we're having to fix. All right, is that your understanding of the agreement? Also, you would be paying restitution in the amount of $1,529.95.
Yes.
If I follow this agreement, sir, you have no right of appeal of your case. Do you understand?
Yes.
How do you plead to paragraph 1 of this indictment, which alleges that on or about December 29, 2022 in Jefferson County, Texas, you committed this, the offense of theft, guilty or not guilty?
Yes.
And paragraph 2, which goes further to state that you have 2 or more theft convictions out of county courts of law 5 of Harris County and 7 of Harris County and 3 of Jefferson County and County Court of Law 2 of Jefferson County, Texas. Paragraph, is that true and correct in paragraph 2, and are you pleading guilty to that?
Yes. Yes.
Thus, paragraphs 1 and 2 together constitute a state jail felony.
Ava's tootin'.
Which means
I
you
heard
would
that.
generally be facing no less than 180 days up to 2 years in the state jail and a fine up to $10,000. But paragraph 4 goes on to allege in the indictment that you were convicted in 1978 in cause number 278706 out of the 177th District Court of Harris County, Texas. Is that true?
Butt wiggling over here.
And are you pleading true to that voluntarily?
Really?
Yes.
And because it's true.
Yeah.
Thereafter, that became final. It is alleged in paragraph 7 that you committed the offense of aggravated assault of a peace officer and were convicted of that in February of 1986 in cause number 424048 out of the 232nd District Court of Harris County, Texas. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
And are you pleading true to that allegation?
Yes.
Voluntarily and because it is true?
Yes.
Oh my God, Ava.
So,
Oh,
paragraphs 1, 2, 4, and 7. You're pleading guilty and are true to those voluntarily.
Guys, I gotta take this dog back outside.
Knowingly, intelligently, and because all of those allegations are true.
Yes.
Thus, that constitutes a state jail felony, but because it is enhanced in punishment because of the prior convictions, you are facing no less than 2 nor more than 20 years confinement in prison, and a fine up to $10,000 can be assessed. Do you understand?
Yes.
An agreement's been reached where whatever sentence shall not exceed a cap of 8 years in prison. So you were looking thus at up to 10 years of deferred or unadjudicated probation, up to 10 years of regular probation, or no less than 2 nor more than 8 years confinement in prison. Is that your understanding of the plan?
Yes, sir.
If I follow this agreement, you have no right of appeal of your case. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
And once again, how do you plead to paragraphs 1 and 2, guilty or not guilty, which constitute the state jail felony of theft?
Guilty.
And paragraphs 4 and 7, which allege the earlier convictions in 1978 and in 1986 of burglary of a habitation and aggravated assault of a peace officer. Are those allegations true and correct? And are you pleading true and correct to those prior convictions?
Yes, sir.
I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 1. Did you sign that document? Understand it? Discuss it with your attorney? Or the contents all true and correct?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 1 tendered into evidence.
No objection.
Without objection admitted. Among other things, this states that you are mentally competent to enter your guilty pleas, which are freely and voluntarily made. You know what you've been charged with. The indictment's been read to you. You've read them. You were guilty of the crime charged in any lesser included offenses. You were giving up your rights to a jury trial and the right to the appearance, confrontation, cross-examination of witnesses. You're totally satisfied with the representation provided by your lawyer. All of this is true. It states, so help you God. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Again, you pleaded guilty to paragraph 1, which is theft, which is enhanced to a state jail felony because of 2 or more prior convictions that you have pleaded true to in paragraph 2. And that state jail felony, its punishment is enhanced as though it were a second-degree felony based upon your pleas of true to the prior convictions of burglary of a habitation in paragraph 4 of 1978 out of the Harris County District Court, and paragraph 7, aggravated assault of a peace officer in 1986 out of Harris County District Court as well. You understand all of that?
Yes, sir.
Pre-sentence report waived?
Yeah.
All right. What do you want to do?
We're asking for probation, Your Honor, and
What state say?
My initial offer was 10 years, Judge. And I came down some in that regard. I recognize that the amount of time between his prior criminal conduct might weigh in his benefit. But what I see is just a long history of criminal conduct.
It is.
And it didn't stop in this regard. And that's why I stood with him having to plead with your honor about whether or not he would receive probation. I believe he should receive 8 years TDC.
What do you say, sir? What do you say?
I messed up.
Which time?
All along, up until
All right.
then, and
Why, out of all of this,
I
would you
ran
come
out
back
of
and
motivation.
commit a crime like this?
because I slipped. I was
What did
doing
you
good.
steal?
I didn't scan the merchandise that was on it. It was beeping, but it didn't scan. And then before he left and went out the thing, they told me, but I didn't go out there and get him. You know, I didn't rush out there to get him. And I took the stuff up to help him. And they said, hey, all that ain't been scanned. I said, yeah, I scanned it. But then the part of it hadn't went through the scan.
there were things that you allowed to be taken that were not paid
That
for.
wasn't paid for, so they went back on the thing, they just kept me on. They said, well, we're gonna have to go back over through
video.
How long did you stay in jail when you were
I
arrested?
never went to jail. I mean, I just kept working. They said they were going to investigate.
All right.
At some point were you arrested and are you on bond right now?
I stayed in jail a week. Then I came back and I went.
All right. Anything else?
I got straight and went to signed up because I'm good with computers and Google got my information and hired me and put me in class.
You need to,
So he's
but
going
you
through
need to
some
live
classes
honestly,
with
sir.
Google.
That's what I'm doing now.
All right, well, it's never too late, but anything else? Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna find that you have pleaded guilty to paragraphs 1 and 2 and 4 and 7 of this indictment, and as true as well to paragraphs 2, 4, and 7, which are prior convictions, which all boil down to this being a state jail felony conviction with a punishment as a second-degree felony because of the sequential convictions of the prior convictions in paragraphs 4 and 7. So you're looking at no less than 2, no more than 20 years confinement in prison. There is a cap in this case of 8 years, no more than 8 years confinement in prison. I'm going to follow this agreement and find you guilty of paragraphs 1, 2, and 4 and 7, which constitute, I'm saying guilty, but it's guilty really of paragraph 1 enhanced by paragraph 2 to a state jail felony, enhanced further to second-degree felony punishment from paragraphs 4 and 7 of prior convictions. And following this cap of 8 years in prison, I am now finding you guilty of the state jail felony, punished as though it were a second-degree felony punishment. You are hereby sentenced to confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice to serve a term of 8 years. I'm going to suspend that and place you on regular probation for 10 years. You must pay restitution in the amount of $1,529.95, sir.
In light of the fact that he's just recently has something, I don't quite understand it, but it's Google and it's an opportunity with his IT training, and I would ask the court to maybe not order any upfront time at this moment. And if he isn't, performing properly, then of course you could always.
You're going to pay this $1,529.95, which is ordered as restitution.
I can work. I don't know how much I can get, but I will get together with people, my folk, my mom. She's still.
The quicker you pay that off, the better off it is all the way
how much
around.
a month I can pay, but I can pay some.
If you fail to follow these terms and conditions of probation, your probation can be revoked. You can be sentenced up to 8 years in prison. Do you understand? Okay, we'll get the most important thing, get this money paid back as soon as possible. Anything else?
No, Your
That
Honor.
is all. The probation officer will prepare the documents, and then I will sign that. Okay. I don't believe there's a fine here on this. Did I date that
Yes.
clemency? Oliver? Thank you.
Okay, Judge.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Justicia? Yeah, come on and get your paperwork and move on. Okay, you're clear on that. Well, now, we got
Sorry, Judge.
Tom's case where Tom, I'm here. Let's go back to that. There's an issue that was brought up. Do I have anything else on this, or is that clear me?
No, you have Tyler, that was the one.
The competency.
The competency. You said
Okay.
you wanted to leave it for last.
I'm certainly going to leave that for last. What you're saying, are you saying that Class A misdemeanors, I cannot order
Can't be more than
confinement in more than what?
No more than 30 days, Judge.
No more than 30 days. And what's the site on that, please?
42A point 42A
42A
point 302.
Okay. confinement. 30 days in a misdemeanor case. Okay, that's pretty clear.
Yes, sir.
That it cannot be more than 30 days. Thus, it is the condition of probation is 30 days confinement in the county jail, not 180. And such will be corrected. Anything else?
Judge, I'd like to re-urge my previous request if the court would allow me. My concern is 30 consecutive days may end up costing a job. I'm not, Judge, I'm not in any way
No, you're
ignoring
not.
what the
I know
court
you're
said
not. I just,
previously.
I know you're not.
I'm asking on my client's behalf, and I think I have a duty to ask. I don't think it's important.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. And yeah, I've considered it, but I'm not considering it long because he didn't give that little child opportunity to make a choice. And I'm not giving him any I'm not making it I'm not making it convenient for him. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the child. I'm sympathetic with the child. He shouldn't have done that. And this is one of those cases where it's a second degree felony, according to all the circumstances of the case. How y'all want to work that out, and that was something presented to me. And there may be some things I'm not aware of, but all things being the same, for what I believe in and what I believe the whole law was based upon, is that when you commit indecent assault on a 10-year-old child, you must pay a hefty price. That's only fair. I'm standing by that. He may lose, but I'm sure that child will never forget. That's what drives my actions, is the harm to a child, which can't be undone. Okay, that is all. Thank you.
Excuse you.
Yes. On Jeremy Tyler.
Hey, Judge, other than that one, are we through with everything? Okay.
All right, okay, what do we, on Mr. Tyler, do we have to have him present or anything?
Sign the waiver. And
Okay, what I have here then is clause number 235872. And this is in the matter of Jeremy Damon Tyler. Mr. Tyler was indicted in 235872 in November of 2020 for the first degree felony of murder, and he was subject to habitual felon status because paragraphs 2 and 3 are prior convictions in sequence, for which then the defendant would have been looking at no less than 25, no more than 99 years or life imprisonment if all was proven beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant was found not guilty by reason of insanity on October 3rd of 2022 and was court found that the court retains continuing jurisdiction over the defendant by virtue of his status as a dangerous acquitted person. The court ordered the defendant, Jeremy Tyler, to be committed to the maximum security unit of a mental health facility as designated by the Texas Department of State Health Services for a commitment of a period not to exceed 1 year. And this was dated January 10th of 2023. On this date, this court has reviewed documents in a cover letter dated October 11th of 2023, dealing with the cover page, signed by Jill Pontius, unit psychiatrist, Rusk State Hospital, and Michelle Foster, superintendent, Rusk State Hospital, stating that after a period of observation and treatment, the defendant has been evaluated, and it is the facility's recommendation that further hospitalization is indicated at this time. Attached to this cover document is an 8-page forensic evaluation and violence risk assessment, which is signed, dated October 10th, 2023 by Mary Ann Robertson, licensed psychologist, Rusk State Hospital, of the defendant, which her recommendation is that Mr. Tyler continue treatment as Rusk State Hospital or a similar facility which provides appropriate security, medical, and psychiatric care. Such care should include continued use of psychiatric medications as required, structured program of therapeutic activities, and the focus on preparing Mr. Tyler to function in a less restricted environment than Rusk State Hospital. It is recommended that Mr. Tyler be provided with regularly scheduled reevaluations for violence risk, continued efforts to obtain more in-depth information regarding Mr. Tyler's previous legal history and psychiatric treatments will be helpful in making predictions regarding his further prognosis, as it is deemed, according to this report, that Mr. Tyler's potential risk for a return to violent behaviors appears to fall within the moderate to high range should he be placed in a less restrictive environment than Rusk State Hospital. So all of that will be inherent and part of the court's orders, that the defendant shall continue with treatment as suggested and deemed appropriate according to this report, as well as the court's review of a forensic psychiatry report signed by Jill Pontius, attending psychiatrist of Rusk State Hospital, where it is recommended by Dr. Pontius, Pontius, that Mr. Tyler requires continued inpatient treatment for management of his severe mental illness. And finally, there is a physician certification of medical examination for mental illness that is signed by the examining physician, Dr. Pontius, and that it states that the patient meets inpatient treatment and supervision requirement, as Mr. Tyler has severe mental illness or intellectual disability, and inpatient treatment or residential care is necessary to protect the safety of others. So all of those documents, including the cover page, which are 13 complete pages of reports and analysis from the Texas Health and Human Services by way of Rusk State Hospital regarding Jeremy Demond Tyler, are made part of the record. In this hearing, we will refer to this as Court's Exhibit number 1 on this date. And it will be then expressed in the court's orders based upon Mr. Tyler's reports here from the Texas Health and Human Services representatives. Ms. Mantalini, you were representing him during the court proceedings, and you were still part of this. You've heard the court's findings, and is there any objection that you wish to make on the record to the findings and the assessments and the orders that the court has rendered here that will be manifested into a written order?
I would have no objection.
All right, so it looks like that is what's in the Mr. Tyler's best interests and the interests of the general public. And anything else?
Yes, sir.
We're in recess on this case. Anything else on
Thanks,
anything
Kevin.
else? No?
You want me to
That's
take
all?
that and shred it? Oh, well, I need to open a file. Okay. You need it back? Nope. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry about that, Melissa. I just didn't want to interrupt that case. I'm going to be doing something new with my streams. For the people who don't want to be here and sit through the entire, 2, 3, 4 hour show that I do, I am going to start clipping, pertinent sections out and putting them up as videos so that people can watch, shorter clips for those who aren't here. Because it's a lot to sit through if you're not actively involved with the chat. And I understand that. Not everybody wants to do that. So it's just another opportunity, another way for the channel to be able to grow. So I didn't want to interrupt a clip because I can't really clip myself out very easily. So anyways, I wanted to get back to your comment. The lawyer in the bright blue-ish suit, he was the lawyer for the man who assaulted the 10-year-old child. What happened there was the judge made his ruling. The defendant went off to his cell to start his 180 days. And then the next case happened. When the next case ended, that lawyer decided to come back at the judge and say, Your Honor, I know you've already made your ruling, but can we please reconsider it so that he doesn't lose his job? Which was the argument that he made at the time the judge made the ruling. And the judge had already shot it down. So for him to come back literally an entire case later and to continue to advocate for his client, I understand he's just doing his job. He's kind of going overboard because his client already got the deal of a lifetime. The deal of a lifetime. That man should be sitting in a prison cell for a very long time. Not just in a prison cell, no. He should be released to Gen Pop in prison. They don't look kindly on that. Even the ones who are in there for that conviction don't look kindly on that. So the judge just shot it down another time and said, Look, I'm sorry. This is what I ruled, and my ruling is going to stand, which is absolutely what he should have done. The fact that that lawyer had even come back and re-asked that, to me, that's hugely disrespectful. Again, I get he was advocating for his client, He was hoping the judge had time to simmer down, maybe. But no, you don't do that. The judge makes a ruling and that's it. You accept it. You don't argue with the judge, and that's essentially what he was doing. To me, that's just a sign of disrespect. But the judge doesn't see it that way either. The judge looks at it as he's advocating for his client. The judge has a lot of respect for that lawyer, which is probably one of the reasons why he didn't get a scolding. So, anyways, that's what happened. I hope when you said that you were confused earlier, I hope that is what you were referring to. If not, I apologize for explaining something that you understood. But that's my take on it. So, okay, good. Yeah, it shouldn't have happened. It should not have happened. So, okay. We are almost done with this docket, and then I'm sorry, we'll be done with the stream. My kitties have the zoomies right now. Oh my god, they're so cute. Hold on. Kitty break. Let's see if they continue it. Oh. Oh my gosh, I wish you could have seen when they rolled out the door. Oh, that was great. That was so great. Okay, I love our little kitty breaks.
What happened with that temporary order?
We're in recess.
You're gonna have another one tomorrow.
Good afternoon. It's 13 County District Court. Our in custody calendar for Monday afternoon, the 6th of November. We have some folks in the courtroom, most appearing remote. These proceedings are being live streamed on YouTube to increase public access. Mr. Stillwell, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
I'm so happy.
I'm here with Mr. Jason Bickle, I'm sorry. Number one on the count.
Everybody
It's
show
Jason
love.
Michael Bickle.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. So is Ms. Rowe counsel of record now?
This is our family right
Stillwell.
here.
No, Your Honor, I believe Mr. Gassling was representing Mr. Bickle.
Because I see that Ms. Rowe was present back in February for, it says change of plea. Ms. Rowe was there. I don't know if that was an inaccurate entry or not.
This is another one of my favorite judges. Love him.
What I have for Mr. Bickle is it's a pending driving while license suspended second. There was a failure to appear at trial confirmation on April 11th.
Yeah. Yeah, I just saw Ms. Rowe's name appearing in the docket, so I was curious about that. Maybe she's just standing in for Mr. Gassling.
Yeah,
okay. All right. So the explanation for the missed confirmation hearing on the 11th of April.
Your Honor, Mr. Bickle, he simply missed it. And at this point, we're not asking for his release. He's here on he's in a DOC hold. He's currently serving a sentence for the Shelton facility. They transferred him here to resolve some outstanding warrants, including this one. He's got a few Superior Court matters that are also pending. Moments before this hearing began, he was just over at Lacey, where bail was set on some pending Lacey matters. And so, you know, we're not asking for any release, perhaps some nominal bail, and reappointing counsel and setting up.
All right. And Mr. Holcomb, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
State's proceeding on its charge.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And Mr. Stillwell, you did you say that Mr. Bickle is currently serving time at Shelton?
Yes, that's right, Your Honor. According to the pretrial services report, he has a release date of January 16th of next year. He tells me he's there for about a month now, and so it's early on in his serving that sentence, and they're just sort of sending him here to resolve some outstanding warrants.
Okay, thank you.
Washington.
All right, this being the first appearance, after non-appearance, we'll restart speedy trial today. And that'll be a 60-day speedy trial with the understanding that Mr. Bickle is currently in custody, and I will hold him based on the warrant history on $2,500 cash or bond on this case.
And to be fair, I know I said after the last video that I was going to close the stream. This actually is still part of that video. When Judge Stevens' court ended for recording, YouTube started Thurston County, and I was busy at the time, didn't end the stream, and so I just had let it run. And so it's not the entire Thurston County docket for this calendar, but I figured why cut it out? It just gives us more to watch, more time together. So this little clip, this little section is still, you know, on as far as it goes for my video, it's still connected to the last video. So once it gets through this little section, which is like, you know, that much on the to-go meter. Oh golly, I need sleep. Then I'm going to bed.
And we'll set a new hearing date. We'll set it for Wednesday, the 29th of November. And with the various holds for Mr. Bickle, I will make the assumption that he'll be in custody on that date, so I'll set it straight to the 1:30 calendar. And that will, you know, we've had lots of pre-trials. I think we'll make that the confirmation hearing, and then I'll set a trial date here in a moment. Trial date will be Monday, the 11th of December. All right, Mr. Bickle, you're all done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
That's it, sir. All right, I'll make sure Kelsey comes to the right away.
Yeah, it just has to do with
Yeah.
the CPD was reappointed in that case, Your Honor.
I don't think Mr. Gasling withdrew. I think he's still counsel of record. I'll check that in a moment, though.
Let's see if we see it. Come on, buddy, just tilt your head a little ways.
He did withdraw. I will reappoint Thurston County Public Defense to represent Mr. Bickle on this charge.
Is his name Mr. Pickle or Mr. Bickle? P or a B?
And we have somebody appearing from their cell at a corrections facility. Mr. Stillwell or Ms. Capone, do either of you know about that?
This is Jessica Hayes, Your Honor. She's number 12.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Hayes, good afternoon.
Oh, I'm not Jessica Hayes. No, I'm sorry. It's her screen there. Oh, yeah.
Ms. Hayes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, just want to make sure you could hear me.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, there's a little echo where you are, so just if we have to ask you what you said, that's the reason why. It's just to try to figure out through that echo, okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, and so Your Honor is aware, Ms. Hayes, it's, she's in isolation for COVID. That's why we're having to do it this way.
Okay, thank you. And it looks like there was a missed pretrial back on the 1st of September. Ms. Lesh is counsel of record.
That's right. And Your Honor, I had a chance to speak with Ms. Hayes earlier today. We discussed the failure to appear. She has been in and out of hospitals in the area for mental health issues. The court may note previous at the preliminary hearing, there was a DCR hold prior to her release. I believe there's currently likely to be a DCR hold as well if she's allowed release today. She's struggling with some pretty significant mental health issues. The effects of those are sort of the reasons for her not being able to get to court. She is in the Health and Recovery Peer Support, also known as HARPS program in Olympia, where she does have staff assisting her with things like getting a phone, getting housing, sort of services like that. I think it's notable she did, upon learning that she had bench warrants issued for her failure to appear, she self-reported here to the jail on Friday, where she's been over the weekend. So she is attempting to resolve this case, these two cases. She's resolving the warrants by turning herself in. She is not working. She is currently houseless and stays near some churches and other areas. She doesn't necessarily like going back to the shelters because they're not conducive to her and some of the mental health issues she's suffering with. She's also receiving services through behavioral health resources. So she's got a lot going on out of custody to help her with her mental health issues. For these reasons, we are asking the court to recall the warrant and allow her release. She understands Ms. Lesh is her attorney. We've talked about that. Again, she has a number of different services working with her on her mental health and housing issues. She did self-report to the jail to sort of take ownership of the fact that she missed court. And so with this, Your Honor, and also given her history, I don't have internet access in the booth here, but my understanding looking at her history was it is extremely limited. I believe she's here on a first DUI and aiming or discharging a firearm, that firearm being a BB gun in the allegations, notably. So Your Honor, we're asking for her release today.
All right, thank you, Mr. Stillwell. And Ms. Hayes, if you're released, where do you live?
I just love all
Currently,
of
I
you.
just sleep outside at a nearby church.
Okay, it just in a garage or under some sort of shelter?
There's just kind of a bench outside, and the people that close the door at night, they kind of look over me.
Okay, all right, and you feel safe there?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. And do you have the right gear to survive outside?
I actually do, yeah.
Okay. Because it's pretty wet out there right now.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's just getting there. It's just now starting, so.
Right, yeah. All right, and you turned yourself in on Friday?
I did, yeah.
Okay, all right, well, I'm glad you are stepping forward to try to take care of these, so thank you. And Mr. Holcomb states position on release.
Your Honor, the state has no objection to the warrant being quashed. The only reservation the state has is just making sure that the court's able to get in contact with the defendant to update for future court dates. So either a phone number, just because the defendant doesn't have a stable address.
Right. And do you have a cell phone, Ms. Hayes?
I do have one that I can go get. I don't know the number. I can give you a number of a close friend that would be able to get in contact with me no matter what. But the first thing I do when I get out of here is to go get the cell phone.
Okay, why don't you give us the number that you are aware of now?
I can give you my close friend's number. Is that the one you'd like?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, it's 360 402
La, 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 la.
5690.
402-5690. Okay, so what'll happen is we'll use that phone
call
to
her,
text you
please.
reminders of court dates and have your friend tell you, when you get your cell phone, if you call and give us the number, then we'll send the text to that phone.
Okay.
And how are you doing today? Do you feel okay?
Yeah, I feel okay. Mentally, I'm a little down, but normally I deal with depression. And as for COVID, I feel fine. I don't,
Okay.
all my symptoms have almost disappeared.
Okay, good. And is the jail aware of mental health medications that you take?
So is, the lady that I talked to in the beginning, she was aware of. I feel okay not being on any of the medications. None of them were, like for, like psychotic medication. It was just for depression.
Okay.
And it was making me really sleepy, so I had to stop it anyways.
All right. And it appears, Mr. Holcomb, these charges come from the same incident.
I believe so, Your Honor. I would have to-
They have the same date, so I'm
Yeah.
assuming they do.
Yes, Your Honor. It looks like the citations are cited to the same date and location.
Okay, thank you. All right. We'll restart speedy trial from today's date. And I am going to release Ms. Hayes. And Mr. Stillwell, you'd referred to a DCR review. I'm not hearing anything from Ms. Hayes that would indicate to me I need to order a DCR review. Is there information I'm not aware of?
No, Your Honor. I just noted that from I believe the arraignment had one. In my conversation, I didn't pick up anything that I would suggest having a DCR hold. I was just informing the court. That was
okay. Yeah, I appreciate that.
Short answer, Your Honor.
Wow, my chat is thirsty for Thurston County, huh? Y'all, just letting you know, in the Discord, there is a looking for love channel. So for all of us court nerds, law nerds, night shift crew, however you want to put it, if you join my Discord, you can go onto that channel and say that you're, over 18 years old, and you can create your profile and chat amongst each other and maybe find someone who y'all want to spend some time together with. And you don't have to look at hairy werewolf-like defendants for love. And don't hurt me, but I don't even think we get to see his case today. I will go find this docket and I'll get it. And we will find out what werewolf is in there for. I love you that much. I'll go on a hunt for Wolfman.
Okay. Is this Wally? Is that what we're hearing? You want to mute them? Because we're hearing some feedback from somebody.
I wasn't here when they got on, so I'm not sure.
Maybe it's out of the PCCF. I don't know. We'll have to see.
Well,
And what's the date?
No, I mean you find someone without charges.
Maybe when
you don't need him.
Well, when you go
find a law nerd.
All right.
Without charges.
Ms. Hayes, you're coming back to court on Wednesday, the 15th of November. So just in a couple weeks at 8 o'clock in the morning.
8 a.m. Okay.
Yep. So I'm going to sign two documents that will have that information. You'll get those documents before you leave the jail. And then we'll also text your friend's cell phone number. And if you get us your cell phone, we'll text you to remind you of that.
Okay.
And you know how to get in touch with Ms. Lesh, your attorney?
I called public defense once and got the number, so I'm pretty sure that's what I'd have to do again.
Yeah, so call Thurston County Public Defense and then ask to speak to Celia Lesh. And then, yeah, make an appointment to speak to her prior to the 15th of November so that two of you can let us know whether you want to set it for trial or you're going to resolve it. Okay? All right, good luck. Try to stay safe out there.
Thank you.
All right, bye.
All right. My. That was fun. You guys have been great. And in 10 seconds, I will have been on for 4 hours. So I'm going to say good night. I'm going to tell you all that I love you. And I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful night. Much love.